Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. Yes, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. Today is Thursday, November 5th, 25th. Blech. Trying to talk. Let me start that again. Today is Thursday, November 25th, also known as Thanksgiving here in the United States. So we are having a Thanksgiving Day Morning Brew. Now, for those of you outside of the States, let's just call it Harvest Festival time. It's probably the easiest, so it's kind of a harvest celebration. That would be the easiest way to explain it. And let's see here. Let's start with the chat. Yesterday at 8:36 a.m., 47 Yorktown said, first Canadian. Yes, you were not only the first Canadian, you're officially the first in chat yesterday. Richie Poole today said first American. Well, technically, you were also first in chat. Richie Poole also says, Kapla Thanksgiving. How are you doing this fine morning, Captain Trek? Well, I'm doing as good as can be and kind of filled with dread, but hey, it's Thanksgiving. Richie Poole also says, it's 5 a.m. and dark. I should be asleep. Maybe I am. It's possible to sleep, chat. Yes, it's possible. If it's possible for Bird to make up deer bops in his sleep, then yes, you can sleep, chat. Anything is possible. And since it's 5 a.m. where you are, I'm assuming that you're mountain time. And 47 Yorktown says, Happy American Thanksgiving from Eastern Canada. Let's see here. Three Elements is in the chat. Richard Poole asks, is it cold in Eastern Canada? Well, it should be. Just finished watching Discovery. That will be enough turkey for me today. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Oh, great. I've been muted. All right. Great. Let's start that over again. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to Morning Brew. Oh, God. Have I been muted this whole fucking time? Okay. So far, how am I this morning? Filled with dread, but doing as good as can be. 5 a.m. Richie Poole, you must be mountain time. Okay, let's get back to where I was at. Is it cold in Eastern Canada? I don't know. Okay, yes. Just finished watching Discovery. That will be enough turkey for me today. Was it that bad? Uh, yes. Yes, Richie Poole. Bird of Prey 5 will be doing a review of STD today. Will it be out today? Who knows? Um, there we go. And John says, hello and happy Thanksgiving from Wales. Well, I know it's not Thanksgiving where you are, but thank you. Ay, ay, ay. Richie. Bad Richie. Bad joke. But I like it. Okay. Good morning, Captain Trek lurking, but we'll be join in a few minutes. Got to deal with. Yeah. And I would say, I don't know. I don't know. First European so far, so good. That's good. And happy Thanksgiving, Captain Trek, and all who are celebrating. And those not, hello. No, not really, but we have a few fat people, though. Probably more than a few. Curtis KY, good morning. How are you today? Actually, I've been meaning to put you on the featured channel list. You are out there somewhere on the list somewhere. I don't remember where. Let me see here now. I have to look at my list again. Which means I'll be behind in chat. But oh well. Let's see here now. Unless I've already done it. Oh, I've already done it. Cool. Oh, yes. There are a few that are coming up. Today, though, is the Fandom Collective. I figured they've done enough to support the community, and it's time I go ahead and add them to the list. Bird, you know how to get in here.
Hello, world. It's Bird of Prey 5. Kapla. I didn't know if you were ready for me yet, Cap. CBS fucked me over. They decided not to release a Discovery or even, for that matter, a freaking, what's the other Star Trek? Oh, God damn it. Prodigy. They didn't release any Star Trek episode because it's Thanksgiving. So they're going to go a whole freaking week with no Discovery episode. So we got to wait a week.
Wait a minute.
What the fuck?
Hold on. Somebody else talked about having watched it today.
No, it didn't get released. Who said they watched it?
Hold on. 47 Yorktown. Just finished watching Discovery.
Maybe they
enough
just
turkey
released
for me
it really
today.
late. Okay, let me go check. Let me go back and check. Paramount Plus. So what I did watch was the South Park post-COVID special. No, I just see 2 episodes is just Kobayashi Maru and Anomaly. Episode 3. What episode did you watch, 47 Yorktown? If you watch Kobayashi Maru, that's not that's the latest episode, but that came out last week.
Okay, fine. You were the first Belgian. And I think you're the only one in Belgium who watches this channel. So you can declare that proud honor of being the only Belgian to watch Captain Trek. You said episode 3. How could there be an episode 3? There's only been one episode that I know of.
No, there's been the season premiere was Kobayashi. Oh, son of a bitch. Has it been sitting there this whole time and I thought it was the 3rd episode? Motherfucker. Son of a bitch.
Oh my god. Well, we're gonna miss you for Thanksgiving, Bird. Oh, jeez. Maybe you can go watch it now and tell us what you think of it. Oh my god. Or you can watch it while you're on. Just
I'm gonna watch it now.
give it honest.
Son of a bitch.
Oh my god. Thank you, Bird.
Motherfucker. They screwed me real good.
Oh god.
I'll be back. Bye.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. I shouldn't be laughing. I really shouldn't. Oh jeez, that was just too funny. Oh. Yes, you are. You're definitely cooler than 10 million other Belgians. You're right. And thank you, Mr. Mr. Grant Gregory. God, that gets annoying. By the way, you need to capitalize the G in Gregory. Make it a little easier to read. Unless you can't, in which case I'll deal with it. Well, started out this morning feeling kind of, and yeah, well, I'm sorry. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you've been keeping an eye out on Twitter or any other social media platform. Apparently, because of fan outcry, yes, Star Trek Discovery will be available in Europe. So, for all of you over in Europe, don't worry. You get to watch Star Trek Discovery. You will get your STD just as we Americans do. Yes, Yosef will be happy. Yosef likes having STD. For the rest of us with sanity, well, what can I say? Anyhow, well, my mood has definitely gotten better. Yeah, it's one of the things I actually checked on Twitter, and I'm going, oh, yeah. I mean, it was yesterday that it was breaking news, but I wasn't going to do a stream yesterday. So, yeah. And so I would appreciate it if anyone who is currently in the chat could go ahead and tweet this out or send it out on Facebook and any other social media platform that you can, including Discord, please. Would love to have as many people as possible in the chat today. Not simply for the numbers, but to have more people on the panel. And not necessarily everyone knows that it's on today. But anyhow, I know that Doomcock will be doing a stream later tonight. Well, in the U.S., I should say. It will be tomorrow for those over in Europe. But anyhow, let me go ahead and drop the link in the chat because I'll be nice. Do we in Europe need to buy those condoms from Naked Gun Movie for protection? Yes. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Those would be absolutely perfect. You'd also suffocate, but yeah, hopefully you would die before it actually comes on, or at least you'll die before it finishes. So now that we've established that STD will be available in Europe, and there we go. The message is pinned. Good morning, PCAT. This is now that's a good idea. Watching Naked Gun over a long weekend. So do you have a long weekend ahead of you, PCAT? Because I know not everybody does. And good afternoon. I can hear you clicking, but All right. Getting in the, even though I don't normally do this, I'm saying what's in back. Brandon's saying he can't hear me backstage, and I told him to try refreshing because obviously I could hear him clicking, but something was going on. Let's try this again. Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Good evening.
Actually, it's technically night. It's 11:23. But yeah, who's splitting hairs?
11:20. I thought it was 12:23 where you were. Oh,
No,
well.
no, no. I'm on the east most time that we can get in Australia. So
Okay. See, it gets all fucking confusing here.
I mean, it gets more confusing for our international people who have to adjust to. I mean, everyone that does anything in YouTube internationally in Australia always has to go by either Pacific or Eastern time. So you get used to working your way around it.
Out of curiosity, how many time zones are there in Australia?
Okay, it is a bit weird, but technically it's 4. We're about 3.5 miles wider than what the United States is, and we're about 100 miles taller than what the United States is. So we have the same sort of mass, but we do have areas of sea in the middle of that when it comes to the Great Bight and Northern Territory. So we have 3, but within our own time zone where I am. So, say for instance, what time zone are you under currently? Okay, either I can't hear you or you're muted. I think you're muted because I can see the mute symbol on your screen.
Sorry about that. My mic got disconnected. Central
Okay,
time.
so just think that if the southern part of Central Time was on one time and the northern part of Central was on another time, that's what we have in our time. Where I am, we have 3 states and 1 territory that's under one time. And we have another state that's in the exact same longitude as what we are in. And it's under a different time because they don't want to use daylight savings. And then if you go across to the next one, when they do use daylight savings, they don't go an hour; they go half an hour.
So wait a minute. Have you just started daylight savings time? Or
yes, yeah. So for the majority of the year, how I look when it comes to like United States times, because the majority of people that I do stuff with are on ET, and for the majority of the year, it's all I do is I add 2 hours and then swap the AM PM around. And then there's a 2 or 3 week period in the year where it's now 3 hours. Add 3 hours, and then over our summer, so Christmas up until Valentine's Day-ish, depending on whenever they decide to change it, then we go back to 3 hours, and then you change yours, and then we go back to 2 hours. So it's always a bit of a tricky thing, but yeah, the way I look at it, I'm either 3 or 4 hours difference ahead of you, and I just swap them around.
oh dear God, this is getting even more confusing.
Yeah, that's why I work with ET. ET is the easiest because that's where the majority of the people who I talk to and have dealt with use. Yeah, what happened to Bird? He was on, and then I tried to join, and the next thing I know, you're on by yourself.
Well, he was watching for Discovery to come out, and it didn't come out.
So he's happy?
No.
Wait, does he enjoy watching the new Discovery, or?
He does it so that we don't have to, apparently. He's
I
going
just
to
wish
have a
no one
review
had
out
to.
later.
No wonder he always sounds so depressed. It now all makes sense.
Yes, Bird left here to watch Discovery, and then he'll be back.
Oh, he left to watch Discovery. Okay.
Correct.
Oh, I guess if
'Cause-
he's doing it for his channel, it's technically work.
Yes, it is.
So better was telling us Australia has half-hour time. So yeah, in certain places, yeah.
Yeah, that's something that's come up before. It's like, what the fuck?
Where's Bird located?
New York.
Okay. He just has a really weird accent, and the way that he talks makes it even harder to pick up on that. I'm like, I have no idea where in the world that you're from, because I've never heard anyone like Bird.
And yes, Curtis, God be with Burrow Prey. Because, yeah.
I was like, oh my god, something happened, and then I remembered, yeah, no, he's watching Discovery, so yeah. He's giving himself temporary cancer.
Oh, yes.
But on the plus side, the more that you forget about it, the more quicker it goes away. So, what's on the agenda today? You
agenda.
Doing a big family thing, or?
I'm avoiding the big family thing.
Are they coming to you? You going to them, or neither?
Family is coming over later. No. They're coming here. I'm going to be locked up in my room.
At what time of the night do you start fighting with each other? I always got that part confused with Thanksgiving, because I've never experienced an actual Thanksgiving, but I know that from being friends with people over the last 20 years, there's always fights. At what part of the night? Do you do it before the dinner or after? How does it usually work?
Well, let's see here. Usually my sister comes over and immediately starts bitching about something. So
That's what sisters do.
Before. And thankfully I don't have to see her much, so but only because I locked myself up in my room.
You got to say her in Thanksgiving. I know that's the rules. You get angry, and then throughout all the explicitives and everything you say, before you end, you say, "I'll see you in a few weeks at Christmas." Is that a typical Thanksgiving, or also somewhere in between there's a food coma for a small period of time where you have to adjust your pants to make sure that your belly can hang out properly?
I usually take my food in my room and avoid any contact with them. Other than that, it's usually getting the food, go back in my room and just close myself away. Because
what about if you need to get coffee?
Then I sneak in, get coffee, and leave.
How do you not have a coffee maker in your room? Just a small percolator or something?
I'm honestly considering it.
Yeah, I mean, for a guy that loves coffee as much as you do, I think that would be a necessary item. Appliance, probably a better term.
I'm also considering finding a place for a small fridge in my room because be nice to be able to keep my own stuff. But
Yeah, get a little bar fridge, man. They're next to nothing. I mean, they're cheaper where you are than they are here, but yeah. Couple of cans of soft drinks, and a bit of frozen food. If you can cook in your bedroom, get a little electric wok or something, you'd be laughing. What are those kids things? Easy bake ovens. There you go. Make yourself a cupcake.
That means I'd have to find rooms to put something. I'd probably have to go on top of the fridge. And good morning, Eric Sander, and happy Thanksgiving. How are you? But let's see here. Richard Poole says, for me, everything goes well during the Thanksgiving gathering until my crazy right-wing brother-in-law starts talking about his hero, Donald Trump. Oh, yeah. That's my sister.
Wait, your sister is Richie's brother-in-law?
No. She's a Trump worshiper. And by Trump worshiper, I mean he could have shat on the White House lawn and she would have cheered it on.
Oh, well, you get the extremes on both sides, so I guess, everyone has their right to their own political leanings.
Oh, I agree. I mean, Bruno 5 definitely was a Trump supporter. He and I still get along. I'm more centrist.
It's more different when it's family, but no, I get that. I have to deal with the opposite end of the spectrum. You get ones that come in and start spouting, 1940s Marxism and, how we have no rights to our own private property and the government should own everything. And I'm like, yeah, just pass me the food, Isaac. I don't care about it. Just
agreed, PCAT. I hate politics over the holiday, even if I agree with what's being said. Exactly.
Oh no! See, no. I'm the opposite. I absolutely love political discussions that tear things apart because we all know we're going to end up in a fight in some way or another. So it's better off to be over something that you actually give a shit about. Because if everyone's being friendly and all friendly, then you get accused of being fake and false, and then it all breaks down in the end. You hate your family, but they're the person that if anything ever happens to them, you're the one that's standing between them and a bullet. That's what family is. That's what Thanksgiving is. That's what Christmas is. It's like, dude, I hate you so much. Don't anyone ever say anything bad about you. But I've never experienced a proper American like Thanksgiving. I've got certain food like bucket list things.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go down to the deep south and experience a proper, southwest, midwest, barbecue. Where they're having. I've only heard about grits recently. I don't even know what they are. But I don't care. I now want them because I've heard about them, and I want this and that. And they pile your plate up. I want to do that, and I want to do a Thanksgiving in the States on Thanksgiving. That's two things that are on my
you're gonna have to try.
list.
if barbecue is your thing, you're gonna have to try different areas because you're gonna have.
Well, no. But barbecue, not necessarily is my thing. I just had a friend who, he went overseas to the States, and he was. I'm gonna say Louisiana. It might not be Louisiana, but I'm just gonna use Louisiana as the surrogate for the story. He was supposed to go over to a friend's place. He went to the wrong place, and they were having a cook-off, a barbecue, whatever you want to call it, sort of thing. And he rocked up thinking that he was going to his friend's place, and they all welcomed him in, and they piled him up with food and everything like that, and then they started playing spades and these other games and everything that he knew nothing about because he's like me. He's a white boy from Australia that has never experienced anything like the quote unquote the Black South when it comes to their cook-offs and barbecues and different things, and he was just saying, it's like, I've never experienced food like that, and he said, I don't know how to describe it. And then when he talks to anyone who is from the States, like, I don't know, we've had that, we've had this, we get that. And then we talk to anyone outside of the United States, and they have no idea what he's talking about because it's such a regional, unique sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that he described it, I mean, apart from the fact that he got into a fight that night because apparently he got a good hand in spades or jacks or something. I don't know what it was, but yeah. But the other side of things, he absolutely loves it, and like, I don't know. I didn't realize that lemonade is a different thing in the United States than it is to Australia.
Really?
Oh yeah, like our lemonade is clear and really carbonated. And he was saying, like, no, he had lemonade and it was yellow and it was it was more lemon, more like what we would call a pup squash.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, I want to experience that. That sounds awesome. A chili cook-off, I want to do that as well. I want to do that, but a traditional Thanksgiving. Because what you guys do for Thanksgiving is what we traditionally do at Christmas, but we substitute the turkey for a ham. We do have turkey as well, but mainly the ham. A glazed ham is our big thing over here in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's the middle of summer,
Right.
as well. So yeah, but like I whenever I go over to the States, there's certain food things that I want to do. I'm going to go over there. I'm going to make sure I'm super fit, and I'm going to come back morbidly obese, and I'm going to love every minute of it. That's the plan, anyway.
Let's put it this way. There are different regions of barbecue, so you'll actually have to travel to have different barbecue.
Yeah, no, I made the mistake. A friend of mine, I said, when we come over, we'll have some barbecue and we do this. And then I was on a panel with people from 3 different states. And when I mentioned about how you're supposed to season your ribs, it ended up being the biggest topic of the entire thing. This was an hour before we were supposed to start. I mentioned it, and we were off stream for about 2 hours before we even started our stream because there was all this back and forth arguing between whether a chili rub is this and that, and what you have to have sides. No, you have to have potato sides. Okay, yeah, but what do they have to be? Are they firm? Are they this? Are they fingerling? Like, it was just such an intense discussion.
Of course.
When it's not that we don't have a big cultural food over here. It's just, it's different. It's much more closer together purely because Australia is the size of America, but it has a tenth of the people in the entire country as California as a state. Like sorry, that's probably an over exaggeration. We have 30 million people in our entire country, and it's the same size country. So what's that, a tenth?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's very regional sort of dishes, but there's not a lot of crossing when it comes to it. Oh, okay. Well, what's your favorite? If you were to put a favorite thing on Thanksgiving, what's your favorite food to eat?
Well, typically it's turkey, but
What part of the turkey?
usually I like dark meat.
Okay, so you're more the legs than the breast. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. Because the problem is, I see people cooking a turkey at the same all at once. Like, whenever I do a full turkey, I will cook the whole turkey and then I'll pull it out, baste it, put it back in, and then I will cut the legs off, take the breast out, and then cook the legs longer because the legs need longer.
Mm-hmm.
Because your breast will dry out super quick, and there's nothing worse than having tender, dry meat. Especially, I mean, unless you're adding some sort of like duck fat or something to it, and you're basting it on that, you can put it in longer. But I never got the idea of deep frying an entire turkey.
Oh no.
Yeah, I got a mate of mine. He's out in fucking middle of the fucking bush in Georgia, and they were they built a campfire. They had their big long cylinder pan, pot, whatever you want to call it, and they put a frozen turkey in it, and it just instantly overflowed, and the whole thing caught on fire. And then when they finally put everything out, and they put out, it was like a charcoal brick. But yeah, I've never heard of deep frying an entire turkey. It's like fucking 5 kilos, or I don't know, what, 8 or 9 pounds. I guess that is an American term.
Wow. Let's see here. Darth Astor says, "Happy Thanksgiving and hello, everyone." And Carla Greenback.
Bank.
Excuse me. Greenbank.
Yeah.
Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. And good morning to you as well. And welcome.
Do you like a certain side dish when it comes to Thanksgiving?
Well, usually, let's see here. I like fresh cranberries, not cranberry sauce that is, yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, cranberries I always find are quite bitter. So do you add some sort of sugar syrup to it or anything, or?
Oh, yeah, sugar's always added to it, but
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Cranberries aren't a huge thing over here. We only ever get it in little jars, sort of thing. So yeah, and it is good as turkey, you know. 30
and
Ooh, nice.
Good morning, Resolute Germ. And happy Thanksgiving. How are you today?
That's an awesome name.
And I got a 30-pound turkey this year. Biggest turkey we've ever cooked. Wow. That's a big turkey. And good morning, Mr. Lundell, and happy Thanksgiving.
Well said. Hey, Mr. Londell, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing okay.
You got any big plans today? You got family coming over? Are you going anywhere, or is it a solo mission?
I didn't hear that. You kind of went robo, like robo from hell. I don't know what it is. I'm thinking it's my provider because it'll only do this on live streams.
Oh, you're not using Sprint, are you? Oh man. I like Mr. Lundell. We have some good conversations. He has a very good picture in his background.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I get my turkey boned and rolled. Easier to cook, no waste, or carcass to deal with afterwards.
Well, I mean, depends. I like to cook whenever I've done turkey. I love to cook the bones up and use it, make it a broth. You get so much flavor out of them if you bake
Oh,
them
yes.
afterwards. Yeah.
The
Ooh.
Yeah, you gotta have the bone. It's so much better with it.
I mean,
Besides, yeah,
it's so much
bone broth.
cheaper as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm coming from a cheaper point of view. Like, I'll buy an entire, bird just to cut it down and, use everything that I can.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never pay for a fully rolled turkey. That'd be so much out here. Oh God, it would, because it's not common. So, yeah, a couple of kilos, we'll be looking at $50-$60 easy.
Oh.
Well, I mean, America produces the most chickens in the world. Australia produces the second most, and our prices compared to your prices. Okay, what would you pay for a full chicken, non-cooked?
Wow.
Like one that's already dead. I mean, not a live one.
Right. Actually, prices have changed radically recently. What is it there?
Well, if we were to get like a barbecue, like a rotisserie one from a shop, we're probably looking between $9 to $12 on average. But if you were to get just a frozen or a refrigerator one, you're looking at about $9, and you're only looking at like 1.5 kilos. Let's just say 2 pounds at most, sort of thing. Not a heavy bird.
Yeah, it's about half of that
Yeah.
here.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say John has a nice comment. There is a lot of flavour on turkey. Yeah, the giblets. Yeah, if you get the guts out of that, and you make a giblet soup. Oh my God, it is so
Yep.
good. You get the kidneys and you get the liver in there, and
Mm-hmm. Fully
Just
roasted is
never-
about $8. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So fully roasted. But yeah, like I want to experience a proper, what we call a Yankee, Thanksgiving. I think it'd be great. I'll experience one in New York. I'll go down to Florida. I'll bounce around. I'll just, I got my itinerary planned out. It's just, yeah, I'm definitely going to be a little heavier on the flight back.
Oh yeah. Let's see
Yeah.
here. Well, you'll definitely want Texas barbecue. Then you'll want the superior Kansas City barbecue.
Yes, that was the thing that they were arguing about was the Kansas City. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah.
I only say that because Mr. Lundell is there.
Yeah, I asked.
Who is a Texan at heart?
I asked the question, which was the better barbecue, and unfortunately, I had 3 people in the stream that were from one side and 2 people that were from, quote unquote, the wrong side, as they called it, from Kansas. But my God, I never heard someone talk so passionately about like cabbage in my life.
Cabbage?
And like, yeah. I don't even know what they were using it on, whether it was a coleslaw or whether it was
Most
but yeah,
likely.
they were just. It was no, it was good. So I said it's a bucket list.
So yes,
Can you hear us, Mr.
definitely.
Lundell?
I can hear him. I don't know if he can hear us.
Yeah.
Let me. It's just in and out. I'm gonna try to re, um, refresh this to see if it'll work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Turn your
Just hang
computer
on.
off and on again. Same thing happened to me when I first
No.
came in.
That won't work. I'm gonna try reloading the page first. So
Right.
Yeah. I had the same issue.
hang
So
on.
yeah.
Here we go.
No resolute term. No. Kansas City, Missouri has the superior barbecue. You're not in Texas anyhow. There we go.
My man.
You hearing us any better?
It,
Wow, you're frozen.
I don't know what the hell is going with this damn thing. So
I'm glad to see you still have that
It's like you're on dial-up.
awesome picture behind you in the chair.
Yes, we must have that.
I don't know. Well,
Where's the best barbecue, Mr. Londell?
oh no, this is not working.
This.
So,
I hate when it does that.
let me, try shutting off the camera again.
We can definitely hear you. Can you hear us?
Oh,
Okay, yeah. That's my next step, Grant, is to reboot, period. So
Yeah.
give me a minute.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do what I did. So I mean, we could hear him. We could hear his. I think it was like a washing machine or something in the background.
that's
well.
the ceiling fan, and
okay.
the little
Yeah.
beep is either a smoke detector or carbon monoxide detector. Either one of those needs the battery replaced.
Well, yeah, you need those if you want to save your life. That's for sure.
And
All right, I got a question for you. So,
Yes.
if someone was doing a sweet potato pie with a pumpkin seed crust with whipped cream cheese on top, is that a sweet or a savory dish?
Savory.
Yeah, correct answer. Yeah, we do a similar thing here with it, and yeah, it's pumpkin seed crushed into puff pastry. And yeah, it's more of a savory. It's more of it like a meal versus a dessert.
Really?
Yeah. It's not a common thing, but it's something that I've had on several occasions. But every time because they were talking about, we're doing like a pumpkin pie, and I went, and I went, okay, you have that with dinner. And like, no, that's a dessert. I'm like, but it's pumpkin. Why do you have pumpkin for dessert?
It's dessert, yes.
Is there a shitload of sugar in it? Like, I've never had pumpkin pie.
Usually, pumpkin pie is topped with it's got sugar in it, but it's got a whipped cream topping.
But I mean, if you don't have the whipped cream topping, is it still considered a dessert?
It's a dessert, yeah.
Yeah. It's just weird that it's a baked vegetable and it's considered a sweet dish when it's not a sweet thing. Like, everything about pumpkin is savory. I mean, I'm probably gonna need to try it because I don't get it. What's the crust? Is it a shortbread or is it a?
Yeah, it's just a plain pie crust. Nothing nothing too. What do you mean Kansas City's too sweet? No, it's not.
I saw that. I was waiting for the comment.
Just because you don't like good barbecue doesn't mean it's bad. Um,
I love how you've got like an area of like 100 and something like kilometers / miles, whatever you want to call it. And your food is so different. Like it's like you go over, state lines, and then all of a sudden, the palette of people changes. And like, I mean, I'll travel for 10 hours in any direction from where I am, and I'm still in the same state. And I love how I could go through the equivalent of like 4 states, in Australia, but
Mhm.
in the in the US, I don't say there's so much diversity, but I don't know what else to say. Like, cultures change at borderlines, I guess. I don't know how, because you are big on small government and state law and state regulations. Which I'm a big fan of. Going from someone outside of the United States, I think each state should have its own sovereignty over its citizens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why do people think that Kansas City barbecue is too sweet? What do you use in there that people think that? Because this isn't the first time I've heard this argument.
I don't know, honestly.
Do you an overuse of like barbecue sauce or like honeys or molasses or?
It's a barbecue sauce, yeah. See, I like having a molasses base, but little,
Yeah,
but a little sweeter.
that's what. Yeah, there we go.
No. Resolute Germ, you've not had good Kansas City barbecue then. Memphis,
Okay,
yes,
well,
that's bad. You're right.
Okay, let's not focus on the good ones. Why is Memphis bad? What is it bad about Memphis barbecue?
Honestly, I've never had Memphis barbecue, but
you just said it was bad, like you knew.
no, I've heard enough about it, but yeah, I've never had it myself.
Well, what about Mr. Resolute Germ? Does he? What makes it so bad?
Here we go. Mr.
Oh,
Mondell is back.
Oh, he's got his pimp hat on.
Nothing wrong with molasses, Germ. Nothing wrong with molasses.
Well, in Australia, we there was a lot of excess molasses, and they turned it into a rum because it was just being tossed out at sea in barrels. Can you hear us?
That's the only thing molasses is good for.
Okay, so what makes a good barbecue, Mr. Londell?
It's trying to be.
Sorry, I missed what you said.
I did too.
Okay, it's still doing the same thing.
God damn it!
I can hear you clearly. I don't know if you can hear us. Can you hear us clearly, Mr. Londell?
I don't know if he can. And it was cutting out.
Okay, so Resolute Germ is saying that barbecue sauce should not be sweet. See, I'm going to disagree with that. Barbecue sauce should be the more sweeter of the two. If you're looking at a tomato-based sauce and a barbecue one, you're looking at one that's been cooked longer and has had more sweet ingredients, sugars, everything added into it. Hence, that's why it's the darker color, because it's caramelized. By its own nature, it is a sweet sauce because it has been caramelized. You can offset it with the other savory sort of things, but yeah, you can have a sweet barbecue sauce and it still be nice. That's why barbecue sauce and smoke worked really well together, because you're
And I will say
when you're
this:
going the sweet and the savory.
not liquid smoke. Liquid smoke is absolutely disgusting. If you're going to smoke it, you better damn well actually smoke it.
Well, I don't have any access to liquid smoke. I know it's a thing, but I don't really know what it is. And I don't really know how to smoke a sauce unless you put it in like a pan and do it a traditional smoke. All I know is that if you smoke things before you cook it, the smoke will come through. But I don't know if that's the same thing that you guys do or.
Let's see here.
Greetings. I just come by to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving.
And
Happy
I'm gonna leave you with a Thanksgiving joke.
Okay.
What did the turkey say to the hunter on Thanksgiving?
What?
Quack, quack.
Oh, wow.
Cheers.
Cheers. Well, at least this bad joke was reasonably funny.
I mean, at least it made sense.
Yes.
So.
But see, I think there should be a sweetness to it, not like overly sweet. Because I've had some that it's like, oh my god, this thing tastes like it's been doused with sugar. That's bad. Ugh. But there should be kind of a sweet and savory to it.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're going to do a barbecue sauce, there needs to be a sweetness to it, because it needs to be able to stick to it, whatever it is that you're coating. Where a tomato sauce is more liquid versus a barbecue sauce, even though it's essentially the same ingredients. It needs that caramelization, because that just intensifies the flavor. There's nothing nicer than when you've done a barbecue chicken or anything like that, and you've got that really dark bit around the edge of it. It's like almost crispy, and you take that. It's like flavor intensity. It needs that sweetness. You don't get that without this. You don't get that without sweetness. You don't get that without sugar. Otherwise, it falls apart. There's nothing to bind it.
You're more than welcome to come up, Germ. Go ahead, molasses.
Yeah, it's Germ wants to come in. He obviously knows more about it than I do. I'm giving my opinion as an outsider.
Everybody's welcome to their bad taste, Germ. Particularly on Thanksgiving. But no, in fact, there have been a couple of, speaking of turkey, there have been a couple of family members of mine who, over the years, have made turkey, and some of them make it so fucking dry. The white meat is just,
yeah.
You gotta have gravy.
And that's the worst thing. Like, you've got to have gravy, because what you're doing is you're having it's like a gravy soup that has protein chunks in it. You're not enjoying the meat for what it is. Like, if you can cut through your turkey with a butter knife and it's still hot and steamy, like hot enough that you don't want to touch it when it comes out, that's the perfect sort of turkey.
Yep.
But the problem is because turkey it's the same thing as chicken. You just can't cook it all at once because you're going to get some good stuff and some bad stuff. It's the reason why whenever you get the rotisserie chickens and everything like that, and they do that, they always put the legs to the outside. Or, because that's where they put the majority of the heat. It goes outside in, or depending on the place, inside out.
Right.
Because it cooks at different temperatures. Oh, Brandon has 223 subs. Well done, buddy.
Awesome.
That's the way to do it. I'm almost at 200. Actually, you know what? I was pretty close. I'm just going to check now. See how I'm going. I knew I was getting close to my 200. And I'm 2 off. I'm at 198. There you go. Almost
198.
there.
Hold on a second. Check something real quick.
You better be subbed to me, Captain Track. I've been on your stream.
I know I have. I know I have. Go ahead. Let me see something real quick. First of all, I'm looking for you in chat. Okay, first of all, got to get that taken care of. Moderator. Now, add your link.
All right. I'm just doing it right now, Chief. Alrighty. Oh, that's definitely not my channel. What the hell's going on with that?
And good morning, Gap Stargate. I can't think of his name now. Orville Nation has you as a moderator. I'm going to add you as well. And go ahead, put your link in as well.
Yeah, I'm doing it now. I just want to double check this.
Well, I don't mean you. I meant. I'm sorry. I meant.
Okay.
Gap Stargate.
Okay.
And I wish PJ would come by, but I don't think he's going to today. I kind of fucked up. So.
Oh, I capitalized the U in sub. Never mind. Oh, well. It's done now. Oh, I just lost the sub. What the hell? Oh, did you just unsub to me, Captain Trek?
I haven't even checked real quick. Let me check. Okay. There we go. Oh, come on. Open new tab. Opening up. No, I'm subscribed. 2 subs away from 200. Come on. Somebody has got to be. There's got to be 2 people in the chat that have not subbed to him. And Lola has subscribed to you. And I understand you have a new channel, Gap. Wow.
Oh, there
46,
it is.
46 subscribers. Cool.
I'm at 202.
202. Awesome. PCAT
Oh my
just
God.
subscribed
Thank
as
you,
well.
guys. Thank you, PCAT. Thank you, everyone in there that subbed. 200 people. Wow, that's insane.
Well, it looks like in a couple days you'll be having your 200 subscriber stream.
Well, I was supposed to have my 100th one, but I did. It was my birthday stream, and I had 45, and I ended up being at 130 by the end of the stream. So that was technically. I've never had an actual celebration stream. So I think I'll wait, and I'll once I hit 250. I think that'll be a good one to do it at. Because I've got a couple of people coming on my channel quite soon, so it should be good. And especially stuff I'm doing over with Geeks and Gamers, they bring a lot of people over, that's for sure. I think Captain's gone. So yeah, thanks everyone who subscribed. I definitely appreciate every single one of you. Just
I don't
post
think
if you've got your own
gamers
channel,
folks
post in
like
there.
me, but hey, I watch them some.
Well,
I just don't.
I'm a Geeks and Gamer folk. I'm a part of the team, and the thing you got to understand about Geeks and Gamers is we're not an echo chamber. We got people who agree on certain things and disagree on certain things, and you're always going to find diverse opinions.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to certain things, and I don't want you to ever feel like that if one person says something that's associated with Geeks and Gamers that it reflects everyone, because it never does. And to Jeremy's credit, he's never ever been that way. He's always been like, say what you want, do what you want, just make content, do what you need to do, and don't actively go out and badmouth the product. But apart from that, if you've got any sort of opinion on anything, go for it. I mean, geez, if you see the way that Uche and half the guys go at it at each other on Twitter, it's a sight to behold, because neither of them want to back down. But no, it's great. Like I've been with them for nearly 2 months now. I've had no issues, and I've had people that were messaging me that were saying that, quote unquote, warning me about dealing with toxic people and people that are bad and this and bad and that. But you're always going to get that. I mean, you understand that, Captain. You've got enough subscribers that you're going to get people who are going to be like, well, I agree with you on this, but not on this, so therefore now you're bad.
And good morning, Keely Chow. How are you today?
Oh, Keely. Hey, Keely. How you doing? Talking about Cowboys? There we go. Yep, thought so.
And yes, for everybody in my American audience, happy Thanksgiving. For the rest of you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Because got all time ranges here.
Happy Friday for my fellow Australians. Happy lockdown. We'll call it Lockdown Friday. It's the same as Lockdown Thursday. And
I was going to say, what is it? How is it any different than Lockdown Monday through Saturday? I mean, or Sunday to Saturday. I does it change from day to day, or is it just the same?
We've got it's all going to lift on the 15th of December, but it's like, well, we're no longer going to require you to get double vaccinated to go into hardware stores and everything. Only hospitals, this, a list of certain things. Oh, and you can't travel interstate unless you've been double vaccinated and had your boosters, and you can't do this and you can't do that. It's just like, okay, we're going to spend our money locally. This is going to be a good thing for our local economy, because it's going to boom, because we're not going to spend money fucking anywhere else. We're not going on holiday. We're gonna want to put money back into our own town because we can't go anywhere. I mean, I live in a town that's on the floor. Is the quote unquote pinnacle of vaccination. It's the highest in the state for 1 vax and 2 vax. And we're a small population, so it's it's easy to get percentages mixed up with actual figures, but even then, we're the highest ones that are doing it. And if I was to go down to the hardware store and I'm not double vaxxed, I can't get in there. And we're talking about a town of less than 3,000 people. And our nearest town is 20-minute drive.
Wow.
And they have even further ones. I can't even go into the hospital unless I'm double vaxxed. Like that's the thing that people don't understand. Like people that are on liver transplants and kidney transplant and heart transplants who can't get any of the vaccinations because of it will violate their eligibility on the list, are being told that if you don't get it, you're going to be bumped to the bottom of the list.
This is insane.
Yeah. And the weirdest thing about it is I thought this was the worst thing that could happen. And then I realized that this was the same thing was happening a year ago over in the States. They were doing this a year ago in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so it's just, yeah. You know, friends that are in Florida and Texas and, I mean, I can't go downtown without having to wear a mask if I go into a store. They can walk around. They can walk around with a fucking Uzi and it's fine. Like it boggles the mind. Yet if they go 100 k's north, they can't do anything. It's so weird. But I mean, thank God that the virus from unknown origin respects borders. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. So I don't mean to bring stream down, buddy. It's Thanksgiving. I'm thankful for something American, and it's called Wild Turkey American Honey. I'm having some right now. I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for my internet friends and my new internet subscribers. I am thankful for Gap Stargate. I've just subscribed to him or her or them, they, them. I don't want to assume anything and get sued. But yeah, I've just a couple of their titles. I'm like, yep, I'm definitely into it. Anything Stargate related, I'm in. But it's a shitty time to be alive, but it's good when you've got good people, and that's for me. That's what I'm thankful for. But that being said, talking all this delicious barbecue that I'm not going to be able to touch for a long time, it does put a bit of a downer on it. So you better stuff yourself stupid today, Captain Trek. Do it for me.
Oh, I'm going to have turkey. I'm going to have stuffing. And yes, it's stuffing, not dressing, because it's cooked in the turkey. There's a difference.
Well, yeah, it has to be. Like, I mean, the best chicken that I ever had in my entire life. Someone put a can of Sprite. Do you have Sprite? I'm assuming.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. I wasn't sure because there's certain fizzy drinks that we have that you guys don't. But yeah, it was. Sprite was literally shoved up its cavity, and it was turned upside down, and it went everywhere, and it was sticky, but it was so good. And it was apparently something that they do overseas in Germany, but they do it with like a stout beer.
Well, see, most people cook a turkey the way it's presented, which is utterly insane, but okay, fine.
The Japanese cook birds always upside down,
and so I
did it. Yeah,
I must be cooking it in the Japanese way, because that's how I prefer. You cook it upside down, which makes the white meat, which is automatically less moist than the dry meat. So it's self-basting.
Yes, and that's what you need. You need the juice to flow down into it. All the fat needs to flow down into the stuff that needs help.
And so that way you're not in the oven every, half hour with a baster going, oh, I gotta get this stuff. Yes, no. You only have to do it a couple times. That's it. The rest of it, you just leave it, let it cook. Or you could be really lazy, cook it upside down in a turkey bag. And then
Gap's the guy. Well, thank you, good sir.
And yes, I did hear that Roddenberry Entertainment is reviewing the Orville every week on their YouTube channel. It's called Mission Log the Orville. I happen to.
You mean Proper Trek? No, don't call it Orville. It's called Proper Trek. Or second season, at least.
Well, after the first few episodes, it actually got better the first season. I'm not a fan of the comedic version.
That double episode one, yeah. That 10-11 double episode with robot guy. That's the problem. It's been like fucking 2 years since it's been on there, so I've forgotten all the bloody character names.
Yeah.
We'll put it this way. Since then, bloody Adrian Padalecki and the guy who plays Steve Smith in Family Guy has been married and divorced in that time.
Oh, Lord.
The redhead guy who's Seth MacFarlane's best friend in it. Oh my God, this is the problem. Seriously. Come on, Chad, help me out with this. I'm feeling like a fucking spacker.
Let's see here. Gab Stargate says, I'm thankful for my mom because she's going to come over and cook my turkey. Awesome.
That's the way to do it. If you can't cook your turkey, get your mama to do it. There is no shame in having a good meal on Thanksgiving. And
Keely Chow says, I'm thankful I found you all in 2019. You know it's funny because I found I really found YouTube in 2019, versus just having something I use Google and I'd search up a song, and that was about it for the longest time. And I was in the hospital in 2019, and it's like, okay, what am I going to do? I'm going to search Star Trek. And so then I did, and then all of a sudden I found there were videos. Oh, okay. I watched a couple I liked, a couple I didn't. Then, of course, it showed me something that was online. I thought, okay. So I joined, and it was a live stream, and I thought, okay, cool. And I didn't really talk to anybody at that point. I just was sitting in chat. And but then I started talking, and I got to know some people. Things have happened. People I used to talk to, I don't talk to anymore. I kind of miss that. And I wish I could fix the relationships, but I don't know.
Be thankful that you've had them in the first place. That's if today's about anything, be thankful that you've at least had them because they've got you to where you are now.
Yeah. And yes, Robert Rose Jr., I did hear that.
I'll be back in a minute, buddy.
Absolutely. And Random Menace says, Happy Turkey Slaughter Day. Well, actually, the turkeys are already slaughtered. They're ready to cook. And let's see here. We've got Flugger. Good morning and happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving.
How are you today?
Well, I'm up. I've been trying to get on, and I'm having Mr. Londell problems until I just rebooted everything. Computer, the router, the whole works.
And well, I'm glad you were able to get on.
Well, that's kind of the reason why I got out of bed. I didn't get up till late. It was like 6:30.
Well,
I was
see, I didn't like Mr. Lindell. I didn't care for the comedic Trek-ish version. However, it's still far better than the garbage that Paramount's putting out. So, yeah. And let's see here. Let's get caught up in the chat. By the way, Yosef, are you able to come on this morning? I don't know if you're working or not. Jim Commission script. Yeah, sorry, serious. But then pandemic came out. No.
Yeah, I'm back. Yes, Gap. I'm aware of that, and as someone who was devastated when they got rid of Universe, not because I think Universe was the greatest thing ever. It was the death of that franchise. Even though I read all the comics afterwards, yeah, it was tough.
Let's be clear.
And good morning, Resolute Germ.
Good morning, Captain. Stargate as a franchise was dying the minute they canceled Atlantis in favor of Stargate Universe. That was a bad idea going in, and they knew it.
Yeah, I think the big problem was because they still had contracts and different things that they didn't want to honor. And that was the worst part. They were able to work out something with Amanda Tapping to come back in for that last season. But there was all the people behind the scenes that were still promised and paid in that, and they weren't a part of that new crew, so they created an entire new series just to get out of lawsuits.
Yeah. They would have been better off just doing TV movies.
Yeah, I mean, a Stargate style series that is Voyager type is not a bad thing.
But not even that. They had contracts for the SG-1 to do like 3 or 4 more movies from what they did. But since the
same thing with Warren,
collapsed,
they bought him out for $10 million. He had the biggest one. It was like ridiculous.
Yeah. Instead of doing it for DVD, just put it on Sci-Fi Channel. It's not as much money, but it's better than the crap they got.
Yeah. Also, the fellow who died this year, he played Ball or Baal, however you want to describe. He had 2 more movies in his contract.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I think for me the worst part about it is what they did is you had someone like David Hewlett who was a massive crowd favorite when it comes to any of the Comic-Con conventions. Like, I don't know if any of you have ever seen, like, we had one here in Australia and Hewlett was there, and his line was 3 or 4 hours long to be able to do it, like to the point where they doubled his stay there just for people to be able to see him because he was that big of a pull. He was the main character that everyone felt, but and then he's doing nothing now. He's done a bunch of bad I say I don't even want to call them B films or C films or Z films. They were bad films. His own film that he did, I quite enjoyed. I thought that was, it wasn't anything great, but it was a fun little film. But yeah, like it ruined so much. It destroyed an entire franchise. That one decision to go to Universe, which they had always planned to only go 2 seasons on, at most.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, when they finally started to hit their stride, well, then they already knew that they were going to be canceled, so then they kind of wrote themselves out. It was really tragic because if you go back and watch the show, I kind of like it. Yeah, it's dark and it's not a fluffy Stargate SG-1 or Atlantis, but
No, but neither was Voyager. When you put someone or DS9, it wasn't that. It became its own version of that. But this thing wasn't allowed to grow.
right.
And the biggest problem that people had was, well, how can you do a Stargate series without aliens in it? It was more of a survival series versus a Stargate. It put the Terran back 10 years essentially, where they were the newcomers, and people didn't like that. People liked the idea that the Asgard revered them, and the Wraith feared them, and and to go back at that stage, the people are like, well, you what other stories can you tell? We're now shit. We have to fight our way back, and
Yeah. Their main problem was at the end they tried to make those drones too much of a bad guy, and then their little plot solution about time travel fixing their resource problems was just absolutely asinine.
time travel's always been an issue with sci-fi, but I think Stargate's had some really good, well, not so much time travel, time loop episodes. I'll say they've never had any real pure time travel style sort of episodes, but
They've had their fair share. When they went back to ancient Egypt to get the ZPM, when they went back.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm not saying time travel. I'm saying time travel is in what they've done is completely changed what's going on in the present timeline. But they have like, and then they're always cool. Like shit was the Groundhog Day one with fucking Carter with Jack and Teal'c.
Oh, the time loop.
Yeah,
I forget the episode title of that.
The Groundhog Day one.
Yeah, fuck. I usually know. As I said, I'm thankful for Wild Turkey because I'm a few drinks in, but it's not doing a lot for my memory.
And Gab Stargate says, what are your thoughts on Star Trek Strange New Worlds? I'm afraid they're going to F it up. Let's see here. The very fact that they didn't know that there was a series called Star Trek Enterprise proved at the beginning that they were completely stupid. Which is why they were going to call it Enterprise, but because they didn't want to, at least they were smart enough to not go there.
Well, I mean, Kurtzman's the one who decides. Like he's fully aware of Enterprise because they rip it off in Discovery all the time, to the point where they legitimately took their intro on the Mirror Universe and flipped it upside down and inverted the colors to show the Mirrorverse. Oh, you get it? It's upside down. We're so artsy. The fact of the matter is, he has the ultimate say in it, so it's going to be the same garbage that we get. And the fact of
Yes.
the matter is that Ensign Mount is a fantastic pike. He was the reason I stuck around that second season because I started to feel like there was a Star Trek captain, and I'm so worried that they. Well, I'm not worried. It's I know what's going to happen, and if it doesn't, I'm going to be pleasantly surprised. But he's not going to be the captain. His number 2 is going to be the captain because she's always going to be right. Because we know who's writing this, whether how good the cast and the actors and the crew are. And the fact of the matter is, when it comes to the whole point about the cage, they're going to change that. It's not going to be his sacrifice. It's going to be he's fucked up and it was his fault, or he's going to survive. And the reason why he survived was because of strong new female lead, and he's going to go into hiding and start drinking milk out of a blue titty on an island somewhere.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I mean, that you know
isn't
how
the
far they've
show
gone
already
when they
canceled?
legitimately wrote Spock's line. The only reason why I'm ever going to be anything is because of you. This is the same writers. You don't. I don't. They're going to bring in Kirk. I don't want. Don't touch Kirk. We've had 2 people who played Kirk perfectly. We've had Shatner
We have
and
one person
Vignana.
that played Kirk.
Yeah.
No, not Vignana. That Star Trek Continues stuff. That ain't shit.
Oh, we're gonna have an argument if you don't think it's good. It's perfect track. That's that.
It's
captures
great
everything.
for fan fiction. It is not Star Trek. It is just some guy's interpretation of Trek.
Oh, there's definitely disagreement on that. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But
it's just fan films.
Okay.
You cannot
but at least
connect it.
No.
to
I
actual
didn't say the production value or what it was. I'm saying the best people who have played this, and you're saying it's not shit because it's quote unquote a fan film. I'll give you your time to explain what you mean, so then I can understand where you come from.
It's good for what it is, but you can't. It is in no way connected to actual Trek. Kurtzman Trek is more Star Trek than Star Trek Continues.
Oh God,
because
no! Oh God, no!
At least it has legitimacy.
Let him finish. Let him make his statement.
That's the only legitimacy it has.
You just let him make his
and
statement.
That's bullshit.
And then we'll go from there.
That's garbage.
Yeah, it is garbage.
We have our rebuttals. I genuinely want to hear. I genuinely want to hear him.
Star Trek Continues. That stuff is just not. It's fan films. It's well done fan films, but it's just fan films. Vic Mignogna is just some rando in a fan film. And I've seen them. They're good for what they are, but if you put those on TV, they'd be bombing as hard as STD.
I'd agree with that. I would agree with that. They probably would be bombing as bad as STD now. But
you know they would, but that's not the point of the series. If I can make a counter argument, with all due respect, the fact that it's not canon is irrelevant to what we were saying. I'm saying the essence of the characters, the essence of the series of what was Star Trek. This is a direct continuation to the original series, and saying that it's just some rando it's a disingenuous argument. Hey, Londo, argument when it comes to what he did. What he did was an homage to Kirk, but he also added his own flair into it. But they also made sure, because he's also the person who created that Star Trek Continue series. He made sure that he kept the essence of the original series. It was a direct continuation, hence the name Star Trek Continues. It's a direct continuation of
Yeah.
Star Trek from that point, and that's what it's designed for. That's the way it is. It's shot that way. It's lit that way. And the fact of the matter is, I don't know if you know much about what went behind. No one got paid on that thing. This was all a passion project. They did so many episodes of that purely and simply based on their love of the original series. You had a guy who played Sulu Grant Imahara, who was getting millions of dollars an episode on Mythbusters, who did that role for free. The point of that series is to continue what it is. And when you said that Kurtzman's Trek is more Trek than what that is,
Sacrilege.
it's I think it's an insulting comment, and I don't think you meant it the way that it came across.
It's blasphemy.
I just wanted to make sure that because it sounded it sounded like
I'm
it was
not
coming from
saying
someone
any of
who
that
hadn't
Kurtzman
seen
shit
it.
is any good. It's all bullshit. But
So how the fuck is it?
fact that it's
So how the fuck
connected-
is it better than Star
But
Trek?
then by
Continues?
proxy,
I'm
you're
not saying
that
it's better, but it's more legitimate than a guy who
Oh,
literally has
okay.
no connection to the
Can
company.
you define
neither does Kurtzman.
legitimate then? If you
Neither
can
does
define
Kurtzman.
legitimate, then we can have an argument on what you mean by legitimate.
I mean, come on. I mean,
Lond, I want to argue
hey.
this the same point as you do on an emotional thing, but I want to give absolute he's if he has a genuine argument with it, I'd like to hear what that is, because
Basically, the
I
argument is that they own the rights to it.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's literally the only thing you need to connect it to.
So
And
any
it's
person
just,
And
any
good
company
morning,
that
Sherry,
owns-
and good morning,
that
Channel
owns
66.
a property, whether it's good or bad or wrecks the thing, is now considered
it's
the
fan
right
fiction.
proper thing. Is that what you're saying?
It's not right and proper. It's just fan fiction. You can't lump it in with the actual
No,
continuity
I'm
and
saying
actual
by
universes.
by your words and your actions, you're saying that if I was to buy Star Wars and I was to buy any property and I was to turn them all into biker mice from Mars, then that would be more legitimate to what that was, because I now own that. It's now a part of the actual canon universe than it was the spirit and what the series was based on.
It'd be more legitimate than what anyone else would be making at the time. Yes.
Why?
It doesn't matter
That's
how
what I'm
bad
asking. Why is it? Why do you feel that would be more legitimate? Just based purely and simply on owner rights?
It's on IP rights. Yeah.
So okay,
like it or not,
storytelling is
right now
relevant
Paramount
to
has
the story?
absolute control of Star Trek.
They always have
everyone else
had
does.
control.
Yeah.
They always
that may
have.
change in the future. It may not. But right now, what they do, unfortunately enough, is the most legitimate stuff that can be put out. Once that ownership changes.
What's your favorite movie, TV series, etc.? Let's look at it from your perspective. What is the thing that you love more than anything? What's no?
Hard to say. But you can enjoy fiction for what it is.
No, I'm not. We're not. No one's disputing that. No one's discussing that. We're talking about. No one brought up about rights or anything, but you. We were talking about. I was talking about the essence of the character. The best people who play this character are these two people, and you said it's not legitimate because the person who made that series is not the person, or is not affiliated with people who own that right. And I 100% disagree with it. It's not about who owns what it is, because the fact of the matter is, by your own logic, when the
by
people
that
who
logic,
who own Star Trek Captain Kirk, as in William Shatner, is no longer a legitimate captain because the people who own that who own that series no longer own that anymore. It's now a Disney property, or it's now a Fox property, or it's now this property. So whoever owns it therefore determines what is an actual legitimate property.
The problem is, by your logic, you have to consider Vic Mignogna and everyone else, from all the way down to some idiot doing a stage play as Captain Kirk, on equal footing.
No, I base them on their performance and their essence of their character. I'm not saying that. Here's the thing: if I was to go and dress up right now and say I'm Captain Kirk,
you change it by quality.
I'm not talking about being a part of canon or anything. I'm talking and I've already stated that my initial point was the two best people who have played this one character. Didn't mention anything about franchises or anything like that. And what I'm saying is because by your logic, that whoever, let's just say for instance they get Jonah Hill to come in and play Captain Kirk, you'll be like, well, he's definitely more Captain Kirk than Vic Mignogna is. Whether he comes out and he plays the role like, let's just say he plays the role like Anakin Skywalker. He plays the role like someone. He doesn't even have anything to do with it. He doesn't even call himself Kirk. He's credited as Kirk, but he comes out and he's now the Joker. In your eyes, he's now more a legitimate version of that than someone who is a direct continuation.
Why would you even put them all in the same category, though?
I never said to put them all in the same category. I'm judging them each based on their own performance.
Yeah.
Because that was what the initial thing was.
Here's a prime example. Look at Olivier's Hamlet, and then look at Patrick Stewart's Hamlet, and then maybe Richard Burton's Hamlet. All three of all those guys, they have done Hamlet in their acting careers.
Okay,
I think it's what each one brings to that role. Okay, same with him. James Tiberius Kirk is not a real person. Okay, it's how a guy who acts somebody, he pretends to be someone else, interprets that role, that persona. What makes James Kirk? That's what it's about. It's not about who owns the,
the essence of the.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you're right.
What's going to happen? This is what's going to happen in 40-something years' time, when now Captain Kirk is now no longer an individual owned property like Hamlet. Because Hamlet was a good example. Because Hamlet is a anyone can become a Hamlet.
Mm-hmm.
It's an open property. In 40 years' time, we're going to get the same thing that's going to happen with Captain Kirk. Would you then consider Vic Mignogna as a legitimate version of that? Even though it was a fan film, at that stage now, in 40 years' time, it would be a copyright-free open source. Would you then consider him a legitimate captain?
Okay, I think I was misinterpreting how you're trying to classify Star Trek Continues and Vic Mignogna.
I was just saying the best. As I said, my original point was the best two people to play that is Shatner and Mignogna, because they captured it. I like Chris. I'm a huge Chris Pine fan. I have a fan page on Facebook that has 30,000 people following for Chris Pine. I'm a big Chris Pine. But
why do
he's
people
not
like
Captain
Chris
Kirk.
Pine?
He's not Captain Kirk.
I never, even in any general role, why do people like Chris Pine?
Because he's pretty.
He's a very handsome man. Have you seen those eyes?
Oh my
I've seen him. He's nothing. His acting ability is very, very mediocre, and his looks is just as mediocre.
He has the eyes.
He's sort of a small dude.
It's the eyes. But what I'm saying, that someone who is is a very popular one at the moment. I didn't even mention him, and it wasn't even that he's a legitimate captain, and I didn't even bring him up either, because what I'm saying is this is about the essence of who made the character. Because the first person to play that character that I ever saw was William Shatner. And the next person who played that thing without, and he wasn't doing an impersonation or anything. He captured all the essence to it. Have you watched Star Trek Continues, just out of curiosity?
Quite a while ago.
Okay.
I didn't find it anything
The
particularly
last scene,
special.
he's by himself in the Enterprise, and it's one of the most hauntingly beautiful scenes that's ever done. And he deliberately did that scene as the last scene because of what it meant to do it, because he knew that this was the last time he's probably going to play this role. It was a role of a lifetime, and he put everything that he had into that role because he grew up like me, watching it with his grandfather, father, and it was a connection to that character. William Shatner's politics outside of that is a completely irrelevant. William Shatner's roles are completely at that moment. He wasn't William Shatner. He wasn't that. He was Captain Kirk, because we got to see the ending to the series that we never got to see.
Yeah.
And everything that he did about that film, about that episode, was, I don't like to use the word perfect, but it was as close to perfect as you can get for that character.
Mm-hmm.
He everything that was established as character A, Kirk, he embodied in it. He didn't do an impersonation. He didn't do anything like that. He just took all the things that make Kirk Kirk, stripped back the things that he needed to strip back, and then just amplified the rest. And if you haven't seen it, or you haven't seen it in a while, I implore you, just go watch the last 5 minutes of that. There's no music to manipulate you. There's no uplifting or anything. It's just him walking around the ship and looking at certain things and doing stuff. It explains everything that we needed to know about what happened with him as a person, because as a fan, we didn't understand between when the series ended and when he was the captain. When he was the first Star Trek movie, we were like, what the hell? Like, is this? It fills the gaps in. And I don't want to feel like I'm coming down on you. I appreciate your take on it. This is just something that I'm very passionate about, and I might have took a bit of a tone when he said to some guy, because he's someone who not only I've been on streams with and I know, but someone who I respect, and the fact that someone who has been vilified wrongly in the past. So when anyone says anything, I am a little bit defensive, and I apologize if I come across that way. That wasn't my intent. It was purely and simply based on his portrayal as a character, and that's what I was going for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That was a good point, Robert Rose Jr.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Yep. Agreed.
Yeah, that's what ruined all fan films. Not just that, it ruined all fan films. That was the problem.
And good morning, Curtis. How are you? Good morning, Elihu.
Yeah, and it's still fucking up fan films.
Oh, trust me.
It's been
They've
how
done
many
that.
years? And then this some bitch hadn't run off one yard of film in all these years after.
Trust me, Elihu. They've done that. Of course, those were porn parodies, but it's been done. It's been done.
Now, who cares about TNG anymore?
Yeah.
True.
DS9 is the successor to TOS, in my opinion.
Because it's got the motherfucking Cisco. That's why.
No, it's you look at Kirk and you look at Cisco. They were both military men through and through. Picard is an ass kisser. Okay.
I mean, I respectfully disagree, but I understand to a certain point what you're talking about.
No, I mean,
I think the difference between Cisco and Picard, and Cisco, with Picard, and that is, you're talking about guys who were alpha males. They were chads. They were like, I mean, literally, the first episode cues in with Cisco. He punches him in the face.
Yeah.
And he says, "I'm not Picard." Picard never would do that, and like it was the perfect way to separate him from that. And he wasn't even a captain then. That was the
Nope.
best thing.
Yeah. But the thing is, both Shatner and I can't remember
Avery
the
Brooks.
actor.
Avery Brooks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They portrayed the way they portrayed him was more typically American, and for the life of them, Patrick Stewart can never come off as anything but a very, very British man.
With a
And you're never
the
going
irony
to
is-
name.
alter from that.
Yeah, I mean, the irony is in the series, he actually didn't know English. In the actual official law, he only spoke French. That was the strange thing. Even though it was never actually portrayed that he only knew that because of the communicators and translators. He didn't actually learn English, according to the official law of it. Which, when you go to official law and you don't see any proof on screen, it's really hard to take it for face value. But yeah, like you're talking about an intellectual. You know, you got a mental beast versus two physical beasts. And then you get someone like Archer, who was the middle ground on both, and that's why people didn't like him, because there was no definitive side either way.
No, but with Archer, there shouldn't have been. He's the first guy to venture out.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know, but the problem was we got him after all the other stuff when everything was already established, and that was hard.
No, but
Yeah.
Archer is the guy that establishes all of this.
Yes,
Okay.
I agree.
Look at how many episodes he was like, "We're going to see what this is," and then T'Pol's like, "No, we need to leave that alone." But we need to see what. No, we need to leave, and he goes anyway. And then he has to come to T'Pol after they almost get their asses handed to him. You were right. Okay. That show in certain episodes began to establish, the non-interference policies. And
I was gonna
so
say,
forth.
I was literally going to use that episode as an example. Yeah, when he says that we need to have something like that. The whole thing that happened with Trip and the non-binary third race
Yeah.
woman who, when she ended up
progenitor?
realizing that. When she realized that she could do something, or he or she could, wasn't just this thing, and they ended up killing themselves. And like, it was a fantastic series. For that, but the problem was for viewers, we had already had so many captains that were clearly established as one way, and going back and doing a prequel was the wrong time to do it.
No, but okay, if you had read up on Enterprise before the shows were broadcast, they were telling you this is 100 years before Kirk. Okay, and certain things don't exist. I mean, Broken Bow, the first thing, it's a Klingon.
Yeah.
No, it's a Klingon.
Yeah.
So they didn't. It was stuff that out there that they did not know existed.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm just saying I think that when the writers and producers of the series, I think they brought it out at the wrong time. Because the fact of the matter is, I mean, I don't know how many people have watched it, but those last two series were probably some of the best that I've seen. Like, it was phenomenal. It got killed at its peak. Like,
well, season 4, yes, I agree. But Cindy,
Well, that's because you had a
wore
prick
crap.
making decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Les Munoz
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
fucked us over.
Agreed.
And like, because I mean, like, Archer's never going to be my captain, but he's always going to be my actor. Like, he's like, everything I see him, I just want to watch it. I grew up on Quantum Leap, so it was just like I was instantly drawn. I didn't know anything about the series. I just thought it was a thing. And then when the first episode come out, I'm just like, well, why don't they use transporters? Why don't they use this? I had no idea it was a fucking prequel series. It wasn't until 3 or 4 episodes in. That being said, I was a little bit younger at that stage. But no, I thoroughly liked it. And the inclusion of the destruction of Earth, I hated initially, but then I liked it afterwards. After I went back and watched it for the second or third time, and when they talk about there's no attacks have been on Earth, you're like, but we've already established since then that they like to cover up that sort of thing, and we've seen that stuff sort of happen with the introduction of Section 31 and saying that we're going to do this. So when that sort of thing happened, I understand that 400 years in the future, no one knows about that attack. It makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
No.
See, that
To me,
was
Because you're not gonna be able to hide a
yeah.
fucking 3 mile long
SWAT through
10
Florida.
miles. Yeah.
Down to
You basically
Venezuela,
bisect
was
the
it?
state.
Yeah.
they call, but they this might be a bit of a stretch, but they do mention the Venezuela Peninsula, and I'm assuming that's what they were talking about in Next Generation.
Well,
So,
now, see, what you're forgetting now, if there had been another season, they were going to fix all of that because, okay, there was a lot of time travel and shit, especially in the first season, and that screwed stuff up because you had people
Yeah.
that are writing Trek that didn't know anything about Trek.
yeah.
And they would, and he needed one more season, and canonically he could have fixed all of that.
See, to me, that would have made it worse. They've got to try and find a way of filling it in. And
No,
yeah, I understand. I understand where you're coming from, and
it
yes,
needed
it's probably
fixing.
my own
It did.
internal bias.
It did.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's probably my own internal bias because I'm one of these few people that loved Enterprise, not the first season. I just want to make that clear. I got to be Bill Clinton. I did not have sex with that woman. No, I did. I do not like the first season. I just wish they picked up on the second season. I did. If you could take the entire first season out and you start episode maybe 2 or 3 in season 2, I think that would have been the perfect start. I don't need to know that he got picked in the backstory and everything. I just need to know he's the captain. Don't give me reason to undermine the captain.
No, Kronos, there is not a beer nebula.
Oh, if it was, I'd be there, dude. Trust me.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so fizzy though. You wouldn't want to be there anyway.
Now there are nebulas made of
No,
alcohol, but not beer.
Yeah, to me, the problem with Enterprise wasn't so much backstory on Archer. Sure, you can get that sort of stuff, but any of the time travel stuff, they didn't know what the hell they were doing.
Yeah, that screwed up everything.
Because I mean, there's an argument to be made that someone would say, "Well, you know what? They were going to do this sort of thing, and then the whole world changes, and then it becomes this one." I'm like, okay, that would work canonically, but it makes no sense to make a series about the first thing if everything that they do gets unwritten. This was the first Enterprise. Why do something like that to make it unwritten?
It has to be because I mean you're talking 50 years of canon. People have written books about Kirk when he was a shaved tail at the academy. Okay, and all of that shit's gotta fit some kind of way. Enterprise kind of screwed it up. Let's face it. I mean, and let's face it. When that Klingon, when that warbird decloaked, okay, that screwed everything.
Everything, yeah, I know. See, that sort of stuff I don't like. And I can get the time travel. There's a weird sort of thing, and they had a thing where Earth wasn't supposed to be attacked, but then it was, and they could do something. I don't like time travel being used as the reason to fix things. It's just the reason why I would not have liked if they did that in Enterprise, and that's the reason. It's the number one reason that I hate Discovery.
Well, see, the time travel episodes are what screwed it up So you need a couple of time travel episodes to fix it all.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the thing. They never. The problem was they never established, like in other time travel episodes within Star Trek universe, certain rules were established and certain things. But then they go back and they change it. Like, especially, I can't remember the guy who was killed, but he was from the future.
Oh yeah, the steward.
Yeah, I always remember him from Scrubs. He's the I'm the tool guy. I'm a tool. I'm a big tool. Every time I see his face, that's all I remember. It's that guy.
Yeah, I know. We all know who you're talking about.
Yeah, but he establishes the first time we meet him about time travel, and then later on in the first season, it's broken. And I don't like that idea of broken continuity.
Well, see, that's the writer's fault.
Yeah.
See, because they had people that lied and said they knew how they had written Trek when they hadn't.
But, I mean, initially, I have no issue with people who didn't know Trek to write the first season of Trek because it makes sense.
No, that's where you really need him is that first season.
Yeah.
If he had
especially the deeper into the
writers
franchise you go.
for that first season, people that actually knew what Trek was, that first season would not have been as bad. Everything would have been established, and they would have stayed with the timeline. Maybe you would have saw William Shatner playing Kirk's grandfather. When they were launching the NX Enterprise, they could have done things that would tied it in, and it would have been seamless. You wouldn't have had all of the screw ups. And even if they did screw up somewhere, even in that episode, they could fix it.
Well, that was the thing too. Was they didn't write the show like they did DS9.
Right.
They would just give somebody an assignment like it was homework and send them on their way. You know what I'm saying? Because Bear had all of his writers in the writing room, and they all had to see what was going on. It's
I mean,
totally different way of.
It's a tight ship versus a loose ship.
Yeah. There are some good standalone episodes in the first season of Enterprise, but they are far and few between.
But if you were to put that first season against any other first season from any other series apart from modern Trek, you'd find more better episodes than you would in Enterprise.
Yes, Kronos, I did change my name.
That being said, can I ask the panel a question? What's your favorite Star Trek episode? In any of them?
In the Pale Moonlight.
Oh, I knew you were going to pick that one, you bastard. That's a good one.
No, that to me, that is the greatest episode ever filmed.
See, I've got an argument that I think is strong, but I was hoping that you weren't going to pick that because it's probably not as strong as if you pick anything else. I like Duet. I think Duet is probably one of the best ones.
Yeah.
I think Duet captured everything about Star Trek in essence when it comes to seeing both sides and everything and getting down to not necessarily what is correct.
You should have said Threshold.
Threshold's pretty good.
Oh God.
Oh.
I'll throw mine.
God.
Well,
probably not.
It did win an award. So.
Yeah, it only won an Emmy. I would have to throw in, if we're gonna do do like a DS9 or whatever.
No, I'm saying overall, like, yeah.
I'm kind of got my brain kind of stuck on DS9 at the moment, so I would say Far Beyond the Stars.
That's
Yeah.
Yes, it is the Emmy award-winning episode threshold. That is correct.
therefore it's automatically disqualified.
You bring up threshold, everybody's like,
No, no, I'm not like it's a phenomenal episode. I'm just tired of being told by people who don't know anything about Trek that it's the greatest episode, and none of them being able to tell me why. It's not to do with the episode. It's to do with everyone else saying it.
Who the
You
hell
should
said
never brought that
threshold?
damn name up.
Who the hell said
Please.
threshold is such a great episode?
Please tell me who.
It's mediocre at best.
No,
Story-wise.
it's not.
Yeah, but can you name all the children?
Yeah. And were they absolutely sure that they got the right to mud duck?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, The Measure of a Man is like an awesome one as well. Like, there's so many good ones that are around. Like, but yeah, people be, oh, this was nominated for fucking XYZ award, so therefore it's better. I'm like, I didn't even know the episode until I had to look it up. What they were talking about. That was the worst part.
If you want to go series by series now, starting with Next Generation, I would put Drumhead as one of the
that's a good one.
Well, the best. It want, because I mean, you're dealing with a society that's just like the United States, and you got a handful of people that want to shut it down and be in charge, like that Judge Sati was. It was all about her, gaining power and hurting. It was McCarthy era in the future. That's that kind of stuff, and frankly, the world's going through that right now with the coup.
Yep.
Okay. So.
Yep.
And so, when is it going to be? Get your shotgun. So
not the chain, not shit. Was it called Chain of Power? Fuck, what's?
And then.
Oh my god, there is the Four Lights episode. Not Chain of Power. Am I remembering that name wrong? If doesn't
Chain of
seem
Command, I believe.
Chain of Command.
Chain of Command.
I knew I had it wrong. As soon as I said it, I knew something didn't sound right. Yeah.
Let's see here. The kids' names are Lizzie, Croc, Sally, and Mandy. Oh, okay.
No males.
Well, Sally is just short for salamander.
And Croc short for Croc Lesnar.
Yep. Croc lizards. And Lizzie, of course, that's lizard.
And
54.5 Access Radio. Good morning.
The Carl of Forever.
Oh.
Wait, is that an episode name? Because I don't understand the reference.
It's a Discovery episode.
Okay, that's why I was like, there you go.
Nobody watches that shit.
You know the worst part about it is, if you Google like Toboshi Miru, you're going to get a Star Trek episode now, a Discovery episode.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
The first like 30 pages of that one, and how it's what was it they used? Not a cinematic, a triumph in television cinema. I'm like, you don't put those two words together. There is no such thing as television cinema.
Who wrote that? God. Besides,
television cinema.
you're gonna
find that article.
See,
I've been reading so many reviews about certain things.
I mean, you have to remember
they were brought to tears by her speech at the end of it. I'm like, but she didn't say anything. she changed the mission years before. I'm like, okay, when no bodied person has gone before. So, okay, cool. Oh my god, they didn't say man. Let's clap them.
Good morning, Professor Brainy Sex.
And good morning, Professor Brainy Specs. How are you?
It's funny thing about his name. His name is Professor BS for short. That's pretty funny.
I hadn't actually thought of that before. Thank you. I wonder what Bird's doing now.
Well, did they drop a new discovery last night?
Yeah, he
Or
left the
this
stream
morning?
earlier. I jumped on.
Left
jumped
the
on
stream to go
and
watch.
And I went, oh, where's Bird gone? And he went, he's gone to watch Discovery. I'm like, no, where's he gone? And he went, no, he went to watch Discovery. I went, no, where did he go? You know,
Insane.
yeah. I also forgot he watches that new Star Trek Star Wars series. What's it called? The Chosen One?
The Michael Burnham show?
No, the more Chosen One. The more alien Chosen One. What's it
Oh, the
called?
cartoon?
Prodigy?
Yeah, Prodigy.
Prodigy, yeah.
Oh, that garbage. I'll watch Lower Decks, but I'm not going to watch Prodigy.
But
I
the thing is,
couldn't get
Prodigy
get through
isn't
Lower
actual
Decks.
Star Trek. It was literally its own property, and then some exec decided synergy is the way of the future. And they took a relatively decent idea that we can boost this thing's ratings by throwing Star Trek on it, and we can recover Star Trek's credibility by throwing this okay idea with that.
No, I'm
they
pretty
fucked
sure I
both of
remember
it up.
Star Trek, and there was definitely a lot of naked orgies in Star Trek. I'm pretty sure it's definitely Star Trek. I haven't seen that episode. I've just seen screenshots, but I don't know what's going on with it. I stopped watching it way before then.
From what parts I've seen of it, it is a fairly decent sci-fi kid show. If you hack out all the obviously stapled on Star Trek stuff.
Okay, so it's good enough for kids to watch, but it's not a Star Trek series, is what you're saying?
Right.
Okay,
To a
I can
point.
understand your assessment then, because
The
I haven't
Star
seen
Trek
it. So
stuff hurts the story, and the basic story of it doesn't fit with actual Star Trek. So it's basically hurting both when they're trying to pump both up. If they are separate, they'd be doing better.
yeah,
I don't get what you were saying. Either it's Star Trek or it's not Star Trek. There's no middle. There shouldn't be any middle ground there.
what he's saying, if you
It's
take
a
all the Star
separate
Trek
idea.
elements out of it, it doesn't change the series. It's not a Star Trek show. It's just a sci-fi show that they've just inserted Star Trek words and elements into it. That doesn't actually improve the show by it being a Star Trek show. Is that a correct assessment?
Pretty much.
Okay.
You can tell they got just around.
My belief is they give
let's put this
Kurtzman a
together.
bunch of bumper stickers, and he gets to go out into the parking lot, and then whatever show there is, he can put his bumper sticker on it, and now it's Star Trek.
Yeah.
I mean, Kurtzman's known for doing a lot of things in parking lots, but I didn't think it was any of those. But
So he's one of these idiots that thinks Star Trek and Star Wars are interchangeable.
dude, it has the word stars in it. It's in space.
Oh, yes,
But-
it's time for quantum warp.
See, these are idiots that don't understand allegory versus whatever. That just that's. I mean, so much of Star Trek are morality tales and allegory. They don't get that.
The measure of a man is a perfect example. Like,
I mean, Star Wars, you can compare it to the Iliad. I mean, it's that type of, encompassing, grand story. I
Right,
mean,
I'd say more the Odyssey, but yeah,
yeah,
same
okay,
vein.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
right.
but yeah,
Odyssey.
yeah. I knew what you meant, but yeah.
The Star Wars is the story they told
Well, I mean,
around the campfire in the cave.
Yeah.
You know.
well, and that's the thing, and that's the beauty of Star Wars. Star Wars is a story that's up until fucking the last film. It was everything was passed down via vocal. There was no written things. There was no written text. That was the whole point of it. It was legitimately a campfire story thing.
Uh-huh.
That's the reason why within one generation everyone can think that the Jedi were a myth because there's no actual history of the
Yeah.
Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was Campfire Story was the perfect allegory for it, where Star Trek is the complete opposite. They're bureaucrats. David, if there's a T or an I that hasn't been dotted, crossed and dotted, they know about it. That and then you got Stargate, and Stargate also, if we're going along the star line, it's the same thing, but it has MacGyver in it, so it doesn't count. It's just awesome by proxy. So
And yes, Kronos, there's coffee. Here you go.
Listen to me very carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Well, this mentor would like another cup of coffee. I'm just gonna have to give up coffee. Want some coffee?
If I'm not mistaken, that's your third cup this morning.
Fourth, and on a day like today, it won't be my last. Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised. Commander, set a new course. There's coffee in that nebula.
And the ultimate irony of that, she's made more money off Mulgrew tea than she has as an actress. Her own tea company, so.
I didn't even know she dabbled in tea.
There's tea in that nebula. Didn't sound as right. I mean, they had coffee as a sponsor, I'm assuming. Oh, no, otherwise I would have said there's Starbucks in that one. And, that would have made sense because there's Starbucks fucking everywhere. I'd love to see a Klingon Starbucks.
I'd love for someone to figure out what's in a Ractogeno.
Oh, that's a deep reference.
I would assume some type of poison and alcohol.
That's probably good, yeah. So anyway, we're talking about what's the best Discovery episode again? Londo was going to break it down by series. I'm legitimately curious what he thinks the best Discovery episode is.
I don't remember the name of it, but they black whatever they mushroom drived out to this planet which was in the middle of nowhere, and they end up in a church. The church used to have power cells. It would light the church up at night, and people would come from all around. That was the only one that was actually kind of Star Trek. The rest of them.
Wait, the one that Space Jesus took out of time to save. Yeah. Because it was like, how are there humans here? And it's like an Amish community sort of style one. That one.
Yeah, a little bit Amish.
Yeah.
Or like Amish.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's only like 30 people on the planet, all asteroid or whatever it was. I actually like the episode. If I'm going to go the best Discovery episode, I think was the one where she got imprisoned. Because I'm like, Michael Burnham in handcuffs? Yeah, I can appreciate that. And we actually had proper Giorgio in it, so. Not space Hitler.
And Have a good day, Gap Stargate.
Yeah, later, Gap.
Yeah, Gap.
Oh, I miss him already.
And happy Thanksgiving to you. And everyone who's in the States.
Or everyone who celebrates it, either way.
Well, it's true.
Yeah.
Well, they celebrated at a different time in Canada.
Have plenty of turkey, plenty of drinks, plenty of that, and minimal fights with your family. You're gonna have them anyway. Just minimalize them.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving, Kronos. Happy Thanksgiving.
I don't get how you can have a family gathering and then like a month later do it again at Christmas. That's a fucking nightmare. It should be the
That's
other
why
way
you have
around.
2 families. You get one of them. You have Thanksgiving. Then, if you're married or something, go over there. It's not about the holiday. It's about keeping everyone's families happy.
Yeah. Or not. As long as my mom's happy at it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Anybody else that can fuck off.
If they stop bitching for the other 2 months
as
of
they
the
say,
year.
contract the old saying when it comes to Thanksgiving: "Happy mummy, happy tummy." So you got to make sure that keep your mum happy on Thanksgiving, and she'll fill you up. I mean, unless it's super sweet barbecue, which we've already determined is apparently terrible.
And yes, as Professor Brady Specs points out, in Canada they celebrate Thanksgiving on the second Monday in October, same day U.S. celebrates Columbus Day.
Just another thing those Canadians do wrong.
Are we surprised?
At least they have the right amount of people on a football team. Oh wait, never mind.
Oh God.
Now, are you talking football or football soccer?
No, I don't know anything about gridiron, so I just know that it was an old joke from Robin Williams.
Oh, okay.
It was actually the same special where he was joking about old creepy Joe Biden back in 2006, saying how forgetful he was.
Lord.
And then he killed himself.
Let's talk about let's see here. What would be a good thing to talk about on Thanksgiving? What does everybody have planned for Thanksgiving? If you're celebrating Thanksgiving, what do you have planned for today?
I'm gonna go to sleep, wake up, do a bunch of stuff, and then go back to sleep.
Sounds like a good plan.
Because I have to work tomorrow.
Oh, that sucks. Gonna be spending it with family at all, or just avoiding them as much as possible?
Yeah, we'll have a little dinner, maybe.
I'm just wondering if Lundell's going to cut the turkey with that blade he's got in the background.
And Kronos is planning to enjoy the day.
No,
Thing I will be doing
this
is go ahead.
actually this year it's not turkey, it's chili. So
Oh, well, you can't slice chili with the blade of Kalis. That would just be disrespectful. So,
yeah.
understood.
Well, you know, depends on how thick you make it.
I mean, it'd have to be solid. If frozen, maybe.
Besides, I'm afraid it might melt the blade.
Well, that's true.
Wait, are you telling me that's a replica? That's not the real blade?
It's a replica. I won't lie.
Oh man! Next thing you're gonna tell me that picture's not a real picture of that beautiful woman in that chair.
Oh, no, that's real.
My man.
I just wish I could get her to autograph one of them.
Agreed, Kronos. Kids are jerks. Let's see here. Kronos says, I'm planning to enjoy my day. Kronos, how dare you, sir? How dare you? Taking care of some little things before the hurricane, aka my niece, arrives. Hopefully things go well with family Peacat. And yes, Kronos, kids are jerks. I thought you still were one. And howdy, Val Mike, who says, howdy, folks. Happy Turkey Day to all. And to all a pumpkin pie. Ah.
Wait. What's Turkey Day? Is that what you used to call that Thanksgiving, or?
Yeah,
Correct.
it's just
Yeah.
a nickname for Thanksgiving.
It's a stupid slang that got started a few years
Sorry,
back.
this might be my ignorance as a non-American. Is that a politically correct way of saying
No.
Thanksgiving?
No, it's just different.
I mean, we have certain days here that people change the name for, so I was just wondering if that was what it was.
No, it's just like Christmas, Xmas. There's a couple other names that people call Christmas.
It's
I
from
can't
a
think, but
little children's jingle.
so yeah.
But one thing I will be doing today, regardless of where I am or what I'm actually doing at the time, I'll be rooting for the Cowboys to be horribly humiliated, like I do every year.
Who are they playing?
I don't
Doesn't
know,
matter.
and I don't care. I hate the Cowboys, and I always will. I pray every year for them to go 0-16 or 17 or whatever it is that particular year. And I hate the Cowboys.
Wow. Do the
Wow.
Cowboys always play on Thanksgiving? Is that a common thing, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Cowboys and the Lions always play.
Who the fuck are the Lions?
Detroit.
Oh, I've never even heard of them. I've heard of the Cowboys. And what, they always lose to? Cowboys lose to Lions. Why don't they just shoot them? Too busy trying to lasso them, I guess.
It'd be more fun to shoot the Cowboys.
Yeah, but I don't think Lions can do that.
I would wish ill will on the Lions too, but
God.
history, there's no real need.
God, Jedi Bill, and good morning, Jedi Bill, and happy Thanksgiving. Oh, good God.
Oh, hello, brightest day.
Las Vegas Raiders. That just sounds wrong. Las Vegas Raiders at Dallas Cowboys. Can they both lose?
Yeah, I don't.
Well,
I don't get the reference.
ATF will show up to the game and they all get hauled off.
And good morning, brightest
at
day.
least 300 or 400 felonies.
I don't like either team. Don't want either one of them to win. So,
well,
yeah.
Let's just give brightest day the win by default. Then.
Well, let's just go. Okay, I'm sorry. Go Cowboys.
God.
I hate the Raiders. I hate the Raiders.
That's the Las Vegas team?
Yeah, they moved to Las Vegas win.
Yeah,
it could tie,
seasons ago.
not win or lose. So I could root for a tie. That's true.
Yeah, that would fuck up both of their
tie.
standings.
That's true.
There is nothing worse for an NFL team than a tie.
I'm sorry.
Why is that?
I'm a Kansas City fan, born and bred, Raider hater all the way.
The only problem is the shifts hadn't been the same since Okoye retired.
I just find it weird that you used to have a team of like 800 people in it, yet it all comes down to if one person's there or not. It's really weird. Like I don't get American football. I mean, I watch it, but I don't really get it. I mean, I go for the New England Patriots because I'm in the New England area in Australia, so that's my only reference. And apparently, no one hates them, so it's a good team to go for.
And I would guess Joseph is hard at work. Speaking of which, you're not at work today, Professor. You're more than welcome to join the panel if you'd like.
What's that, PBS? Oh, it's another acronym. Here we go.
PBS. That's where Doctor Who aired a lot in America. So yeah, PBS works.
No, but they've gone so off the rails lately.
And yes, happy Thanksgiving.
I mean, the Doctor is now a weeping angel. Where else can they go? She now is the same character as she is with her acting ability. A stone statue. You're so clever, Chibnall.
You know, I have the same question.
What?
And while Mike needs to get coffee, are you going to get alcohol with your coffee or just straight coffee?
Yeah, it is Thanksgiving. You got to start in early on that alcohol.
Oh, well, we're just talking the TV stuff, not you, Professor.
Yeah, we're not saying that your name close together is pro BS. We're definitely not saying that out loud. I mean, Captain Trek is. I'm not. I'm definitely not.
No.
Kapla.
And Robert Rose Jr. does bring up that PBS was also how Blake 7 was seen in America. Unfortunately, I never got to see it. I saw one episode on YouTube, and then the rest were pulled before I could watch them.
I didn't even know Blake 7 was a series.
You can, if you subscribe to BritBox, you can watch it.
No, I mean, like, yeah, okay, that's pretty cool. Like, I mean, I've been a part of a subscriber to Big Finish for ages, and I knew they had Blake 7 story. I just didn't know that it was actually made. I thought it was just a book series.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know it was a live action thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a lot of people thought. I know here, they never put Blake 7 on to even PBS.
No, I saw it here. I originally saw it on PBS like years ago.
Probably more people
probably
than
over in
watch
Texas.
Batwoman at the moment.
Yeah, here in Washington, they never freaking did that. All I got was maybe 2 seasons of Doctor Who on Infinite Repeat, and maybe half of Red Dwarf.
Which 2 seasons?
I believe it is Tom Baker. Because until the new Who started, I didn't know there was any other Doctor Who except for Tom Baker, because that's all they showed.
Well, he had to get coffee.
Kronos.
He had to get coffee. Not everybody's intelligent and has a coffee maker at home.
I don't even drink coffee, and I have a coffee maker. It's called a kettle. You boil the water, you pour it on the coffee.
Yeah, but see, some people prefer to go out and spend an excessive amount of money on a cup of coffee.
They want the same thing, but they just want the water to go through slowly and at a higher price. And have a 13-year-old write their name on a cup wrong. It's like, how do you spell that? It's Mark with, but with a C. Okay, and then you get it's like anyone here called Kark. You're like, oh, Jesus Christ, could have been clearer.
Well, just keep your browser running there, Kronos.
I think I'm about spent, gentlemen. It's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning.
What doctor were we watching yesterday, Professor? Was that the second doctor? Because, oh my God, I can't think of his name now. Was showing some, I thought you were going to get cigarettes, Kronos. Go get your cigarettes and, leave the browser running.
That's just what he told his kids and his wife. I'll be back. I'm getting cigarettes.
Yeah.
And
that was 3 years ago.
Yeah. All right, gents, I'm heading off.
Absolutely. Old media guy. It was the third doctor. Okay.
That was Pertwee.
Yeah, Pertwee.
Yeah.
Okay, I like the second doctor better than the third doctor, but I like the third doctor.
The third doctor's cool. His son played Alfred in the Gotham series.
Mm-hmm.
And old media guy.
It was good talking to everyone. Absolute gentleman. That it was nice to have a bit of a debate and discussion and that. And is it Plugger? What have you changed your name to now? I can never tell. It was Pluger last time I was on stream with you. So, and
it used to be Fluggerville, but I just shortened it up because.
Okay, so Plugger, it was nice to be on stream with you again.
Yeah.
Knowing your proper name. Thanks, Captain Track. Londell, it's always a pleasure, and make sure you definitely get that picture signed. It'll be worth a lot more when she dies. I mean,
and happy Thanksgiving, Dave G Sound. What's going on today? And why does PBS need fund drives when they are taxpayer funded? Only a portion, apparently.
You wouldn't think so by the bill they get.
Oh, that's true. I said apparently. I didn't. By what they state, it's a portion. Yeah.
The portion is only 105%.
To them over
well,
here.
Let's put it this way.
They should be able to fund 5 channels.
Yeah. A portion of your funds from buying a Happy Meal goes to Ronald McDonald House. They don't say that it's 1 penny.
Right.
Unless you look at the fucking fine print. 1 fucking penny out of a Happy Meal goes to Ronald McDonald House. Really?
Yeah, but
fuck you, McDonald's.
Yeah, but they're in the billions of people that they've served. So 1 penny out of each one of those meals, that's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, it's only the Happy Meals.
Yeah,
it's only the kids' meals that they take their portion out of.
Still, what they sell? 10, 20 million of those Happy Meals a year.
So that would be, let's see here. Let's say 10 million. Let's say they sell 10 million. So let's see here.
So
I'm
100K.
100,000. Okay. Okay, that's 100,000. That's considering there's like 50 Ronald McDonald houses. That doesn't even come close to supporting them. So yeah, I don't know how many Ronald McDonald houses are around actually. So I don't know. I could probably check online somewhere, but
don't get Jeff going. He'll be looking it up for you.
Well, if it wasn't for him, it'd be other people as well, because there are others who like to look up stuff. Really? Now Discord wants to update. Yeah, fuck you. Fine. Now it's updating. And I don't trust charities either, to be quite honest.
Well, yeah,
Ed, good morning, Curtis Wisey. How are you today?
It's like if you ever donated to UNICEF and you actually look at the fine print, I think they only give about 5% of what you give them to any charity, or
Yeah. You really have to filter through charities to see which ones actually do their job.
Yep.
Very few of them.
Yeah. You're better off with going with the more local ones. Oh my God, 1 billion Happy Meals a year?
Yeah, that's
wow.
where I was kind of at. PBS, I was in that same mindset. So I'm glad my guesses were better than.
Okay, so they're putting decent money into, even if it's just a penny per meal, they're putting decent money into those Ronald McDonald houses. The question is, how much of it is being spent on some fucking CEO and his or her staff instead of actually the day-to-day stuff that those places need.
I know a lot of restaurants will bring in things that they just write off.
Yeah. Yeah, every little thing a restaurant gives as far as food content goes is complete write-off. I know when I worked at a gas station, you had to document every last one of those sandwiches that you took out of the hot case after they expired, because those were donated and they got the full price deducted.
Yep. Chrono says, I used to have a car stereo. Then I realized I don't have a car. $11 million for the charity. Well, that's a good start. Like I said, hopefully it actually goes to where it should, and not to. I have to agree, not into CEO's pockets. But so let's see here. How's everyone's Thanksgiving been so far? Those of you who are celebrating Thanksgiving, or your Thursday, or in Australia's case, Friday, going.
Oh, excellent as always.
Yeah. But we'll see once dawn hits.
I didn't realize because I had forgotten about this. A lot of the McDonald's also have the boxes, whether it's outside the drive-through or inside the restaurant.
Yeah, by the register. Just put your coin in here to help Ronald McDonald House. I'm sure they get a few 100,000 out of that every year.
Oh, I'm sure. Why would I be jealous, Kronos? Who am I jealous of?
It's
Call
begun.
Agreed.
Oh, I think of CEOs. You're saying jealous of CEOs.
Oh, no. Not at all. Not at all. If they're doing their job, good. If they're just getting overpaid, yeah. Well, let's put it this way. I've worked unfortunately in nursing homes. The day-to-day staff make shit. The higher ups make too much, and they're not there that often.
Yeah.
At least the ones I've been in. So I've only been in 3, so I can only base it on 3. Well, worked in 3. 4.
Article of extreme government regulation. That's how it always seems. Like with nursing homes, especially, those things are hyper regulated, especially on the state level here. And it's always you get usually here immigrant care workers who barely speak enough English and don't exactly know the labor laws, so they're worked for 16 hours at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And they're making, if they're lucky, minimum wage. And then whatever corporation sends them on that job is collecting 90% of what the state's paying for it.
And Curtis, there are a lot of charities out there that are unfortunately mostly scams.
Yeah. So don't give to any of the national stuff. Get to the local ones, like your local food bank or your local homeless shelter. Give directly to them.
Yeah.
Exactly. You want to support the local charity, do that directly. One thing that I know, last I heard, if you're able to give blood, have they made a decision now on if they're accepting vaccinated blood or not?
I think it largely depends on where you're at.
Because I'd heard that there were some places that there was a debate about it, whether they would or wouldn't or whatever. So
some places are you have to be vaccinated to give blood.
So in other words, they're going to end up being vaccinated either way. If you need, need surgery or whatever, then whether you, whatever.
Yeah, you'll be exposed to whatever it is they have in that shot. Ain't no vaccine, but whatever's in there.
Oh, that's true. I'm using the term loosely, because unfortunately many people have very sorry families and only show up after said. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, Robert. The people that get the best care in nursing homes are the ones whose family members show up. Why? Because the staff knows these people are going to report shit.
Yeah.
The rest of them, unfortunately, get moved to the bottom of the list.
Unfortunately, a lot of these people don't have families.
Exactly.
Super Blubberpuss. We're just thinking that Bird of Prey is probably doing his review of Season 4, Episode 2 of Discovery.
So someone probably should do a wellness check on him.
Probably.
Well, that's what Mama Prey is there for.
Celebrating Thanksgiving with you all, my wife, and one other couple of friends coming over later. I'll be sporadically online all day. Yes, thank you. Consider you all extended family in a way. Kronos, why are you trying to be banned? Why? And yes, actually, Super Blubberpuss, Bird of Prey 5 was actually here when the stream first started. He came on. I was asking him about Discovery because I figured he'd already seen it. And he's like, no, it hadn't dropped. He was thinking that, yeah. So then when he realized, he left and watched it. And so hopefully now he's recording a review.
I don't understand why you guys keep putting yourself through that torture.
Well, then his review will be about an hour and a half long, and the show will be like 52 minutes.
I mean, if you guys just realized how much play they actually get off of the negative stuff you say about that show, just try this. Don't watch 2 episodes. Say nothing about those 2 episodes. Just let them be broadcast, streamed, and pass, and see what happens.
Yes, but that you would have to convince a lot of people to do that.
That's what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Because you're just feeding that beast.
Yeah. They get money either way because idiots like YouTube are just going to pay them for generating the content. But, yeah, but you said it works perfectly fine. Look at that Blade Runner BS show they made. No one's talking about it, and it's basically dead.
Mm-hmm. That's how you have to do it, because if everybody watched that show and this is bad, this is terrible, what are they going to say? It's the most talked about show on television. They're not going to tell you what they're saying. They're just going to tell you it's the most talked about, and that's the talking point. And then you'll have the idiots that have not seen the show. Well, it's the most talked about show on television. God, you people.
Yes, Curtis.
Sometimes, you know, it's like, what's it like to be the only sane man in an insane world? I know that now from watching the minions lament over STD.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that says this is garbage and I leave it alone. And everybody else waits with bated breath for the episodes to come out. They'll sit up all night to watch it when it first drops at midnight so they can be the first one to complain about it 15
Yeah.
minutes later. I mean, this is stupid. Okay? This is the definition of insanity. Okay? This is, don't watch it, don't speak of it. Please just let this shit die. Why can't we do this?
Yeah,
Well,
Curtis.
Listen, you got me
YZ.
talking about it now. I mean,
That
See
Blade Runner
what?
show is a cartoon, and it is horrible. It is PS3, almost PS2 level video game cutscene quality animation. Do not watch it. Don't put yourself through that.
Yeah, Kronos, the rant's over with now. So
Mr. Londell figured out what he was doing and said, "Ah, shit, I gotta shut up."
Oh Lord. Yeah. Unfortunately, let's see here.
Yes, Kronos, I picked the wrong day to quit taking amphetamines.
Yes, Kronos, it's too early for heroin. Just yeah. And don't bring up the other one. That one. Ugh.
Yay!
If you don't want to be disappointed, just don't watch the show.
Exactly.
As far away from it as possible.
So what did they do? Make it woke, or just destroyed everything that Ridley Scott established?
I don't. Besides for using the word replicant, I don't see how it actually connects to Blade Runner.
Oh,
The animation is absolute crap.
Yes, Kronos, it
Animation
is true.
Distractingly bad. Perfect example is they have this one scene where they have these replicants boxing. Their faces are frozen. There's supposed to be some type of expression going on, like normal people, but they're just frozen still in place. And it's like a cheap video game cutscene from maybe 5 years ago. If not longer.
Wow.
And they spent millions on this show.
Oh Lord.
So who has it?
It's on Crunchyroll and whoever they partnered with to actually make it. I forget the other source for it.
I don't pay for Crunchyroll. I never liked the name.
I'm sorry, it just sounds like a never mind. It's just no. The name is stupid. They need to change the name.
Yeah. Well, they'll rebrand eventually. Them and
Good.
Funimation are in the same company now, and if they're smart, they'll relaunch both.
or just put them together and just rebrand completely.
Yeah. It makes no sense to have two companies doing the exact same thing.
No.
I believe it's Sony that owns both of them.
Oh, Kronos, that's painful. No, don't follow Kronos' advice. Please don't.
It is effective, though.
Yes, getting.
Matter of fact, you'll never have sinus problems again.
It'll burn them all out.
Exactly. If you live through it.
Well, who really said anything about living through it? That'd just be a bonus.
Oh. Cannibal, no thank you. So what are you going to cook today, Kronos?
He probably has a turkey TV dinner.
You never know.
Maybe two.
And yes, Professor, old media guy was talking about showing more classic Who today. So,
Hi, Chief Cook.
and good morning, Chief Cook. Happy Thanksgiving. Kronos says, I want to see Mr. Londell kill a turkey with his batleth.
That would be impressive, considering how those weirdo things run around.
Most impressive. Well, the thing is that, how do I say this? The turkey would probably still be running even after the head was chopped off.
Yeah.
Yeah, they move a lot more crazy after you chop their heads off.
Yeah.
And I know from experience. God, we used to butcher hundreds of chickens at a time. Oh.
Kronos says, gobble, gobble.
Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble.
Actually, Kronos, this year one turkey will live.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're not putting turkey in your chili?
No. You never do that.
You can make a
Why spoil
turkey chili. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's always beef.
I don't see any problem with using bison or deer. I have had deer chili before.
Deer's sort of difficult to prepare. Always comes out kind of gamey.
Oh, that's what I like about it, the gaminess. I don't know, I guess I'm weird.
Well, the thing with venison is you just have to make sure you trim every little bit of fat off, because that's where the gamey taste comes from. God, Kronos, you goon.
Oh, Kronos is a goon, yes. I like free-range carrots. The hell are free-range carrots?
If you watch Lex long enough, you'll find out.
And happy Thanksgiving to you, Chief Cook. How are you today? Okay, the dead gobbler is down to 200, and now I flip in 2 hours.
Yeah, does anybody here start their turkey breast down to begin with? cook through the first part, then flip it over and then cook it till it's finished?
I didn't bother with a turkey.
What's really good about that is all those juices that are in the dark meat kind of flow down into the white meat,
Which is
and you
the
flip it back
correct way.
over. Oh, God, that's good.
See,
You should just put it on a damn rotisserie then.
Well, if I had a rotisserie.
and good morning, Piano Dean. How are you today, my friend? It's been a while since we talked. Anything new or exciting going on with you? How are you celebrating your Thanksgiving? Free range carrots equals ginger people. Okay. Sorry, didn't know that. Still here. This is the first week of my off season. It's been the busiest season of the year of my career. Literally no time until now. Wow. That's good.
Yeah. It's a lot better than when the pandemic was going.
No kidding.
Rather have too much work than not enough.
Yeah, I'd be putting some money aside just in case.
Yeah. Never know when they're gonna try some crazy shit again.
Oh, correct.
Well, from what I've heard, they have. So it's like,
Yeah, they keep trying the crazy shit. Yeah, it's me.
well, you get all these people that are like doomsdayers or some shit, and it's like, what?
Yeah,
Just leave it alone.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I've had this sinking feeling lately. I mean, just how much you want to bet when old Joe gets in trouble, he wags the dog.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the most likely thing to happen to him is he just wakes up dead one morning, and they can't use enough medical insanity or necromancy to make him move again.
No, look, that's not going to happen as long as the Ugandan giant is the Veep. Okay, it's one thing I've noticed. Democrats have this really bad problem. They always pick a vice president that no way in hell you want him, her, or it running the country. Look, Hillary's VP was a creepy little fucker. Okay. Obama's was an idiot, and we got that idiot running shit now. So God only knows what the Ugandan giant will be like. So they best keep him alive some kind of way.
Yeah.
For the next 3 years until we can get a competent Republican back in office.
If
Celebrating
just
Thanksgiving?
tie strings to the corpse and do Weekend at Bernie's White House edition.
Oh, Lord. Now we're going to bring the stream down even more. We've got Eagle
What
Rider.
a nice way to greet me. And I was actually coming in to be nice.
I know you were. Thank you, Rosetta. How are you? And happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, happy Slaughter All the Birds Day.
We talked about
Exactly.
did that all last week. You have to let those birds sit for a while before you cook them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, out on a flat, sunny rock.
Going to be spoiling my husband like normal. Cooking.
Tofu turkey doesn't sound any good to me.
Fuck tofu. No. He gets ham and he gets duck.
Ham and duck, huh?
I don't like turkey.
Oh.
Neither does he really. But yeah, he's got the ham. I'm doing very custom with the natural wild honeys from local sweet sauce. And then I'm doing him the duck, and that's going to be actually, instead of just orange sauce, it's going to be a lemon glaze with some blackberry in it. Like I said, I spoiled my husband.
Thank you, Professor. That would be why Bird is around.
I can cook, and I spoil my husband. And Sunday is also his birthday, so he's got to be eating lots of fun meats for a few days.
And good morning, Scrambles, the Death Dealer. How are you today? Did not. There we go. Let me get that correct. Good Lord. Kronos,
you need psychological help. Sometimes you just got to come right out and say it.
Kronos, if you find the eagle big enough, I'm sure you can talk her into it.
Oh, I'm sure you can. Particularly if you offer her paddles in exchange.
I don't need other people to get me paddles. I make them myself. And mine are pretty.
Well, this is true. Duck is good in curry. Never tried that.
See, the orange glaze that everyone uses to me is a little too sweet with a little too little spice.
Correct.
So, but citrus does go good with duck meat. So I do the lemon, I do the blackberry in it to give it a bit of a kick, and then I do it with a lot of spices and lots of fresh garlic and some ginger and stuff in it, and it's really good. It's one of his favorite foods I make for him, so.
So if you're not having turkey today, what are you having? We'll talk about that.
Well, I don't know what we're having. My sister
Really?
my sister's putting on Thanksgiving again. I just get to hop in the back of Mom and Dad's car and ride with to West Fargo. So that'll be
Fargo, huh?
2.5 hours of riding for no really good reason. Yeah, Fargo. It's about 80 miles from here.
Well, I mean, I know where Fargo is. I did grow up in the Dakota area, so. Yeah.
I'm so sorry for that, Rosetta. Really? I didn't.
What is wrong with you today, Cap? Don't you have anyone to spoil you?
Spoiling is overrated.
No, it's not. If you have somebody who loves to do things and can do them for you happily, and if you like to do things and can do things for people happily, it's very good. If people are being spoiled because they're just lazy assholes and taking advantage of other people, then it's a shit situation.
And yes, Kronos, I've always tried to talk my sister into doing tacos for Christmas. Do a taco bar? Oh, yum.
Ooh, that's good stuff.
We've done that taco bars for Christmas Eve before. And do the Indian tacos then.
Oh, God.
Kronos, I'm sorry if the wrinkling's annoying you. I have to finish making these kits for the kids so I can start on the food.
So, never mind. I won't say it. I won't say it. I'll type it in the private chat, but
I think I know where he's going with this.
Believe it or not, at some point, I'm actually behaving.
And yes, Scrambles, I'll be doing that probably after about 3 o'clock this afternoon. And maybe I'll get the gumption up to watch Discovery, but I wouldn't count on it.
No. Why do that to yourself for a holiday? What a ruin.
Well, I'll be back home sitting by myself.
So you're going to watch a shit show while alone? You can be drinking too while you're at it?
Oh, absolutely. That's the best way to drink is alone. With nobody else.
Well, yeah. You don't have to show
check
that
private
way.
chat, Rosetta.
Cap.
Yes. Uh-huh. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Cap is one of the few people I will say has actually learned a few ways to actually make me blush.
Trust me, it takes a lot of work.
Yes, but you've got the dedication. You still do it.
Yes. Yes.
I'm not sure what that says about you or me.
Well, you know, you can blame. There's one person you can add to blame. And it kind of would not be nice to blame him since he's passed on, but you can also thank Admiral Doom.
No, Admiral Doom was that guy who could sit there and tease me and encourage all the sandwich wench and sex jokes, while at the same time he could be messaging me, seeing how I'm doing, and trying to cheer me up.
Mm-hmm.
Richard made me blush because he freaked me out because he said things about how much he liked looking at my body.
Yeah, we all miss him.
He is doing okay right now. He's working a lot because he's full-time with his mom stuff, but it's also he's making and selling as many of the minis as he can to help raise extra money so they have more fun money for his mom and brother and family. He's doing pretty well with it, though.
Good. Well, just make sure you let him know that people are actually thinking of him, talking about him, missing him.
I do let him know when I can about that, yeah, because he's got to remember he does matter. He had a good heart to bring together people in some of the communities because he was always there for everybody. And that's the thing I remember about Richard is he was always bouncing around different channels, helping everyone out and helping them run stuff and taking care of them.
And good morning, Darius. Happy Thanksgiving.
Good morning.
So, since we've got a few new people in the chat, how's How's everybody's Thanksgiving going? To those of you celebrating it.
Haven't been awake very long yet. But doing okay.
Good. You love what spirits, Kronos?
Probably
Yes.
the
In a
ones he
bottle.
drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fire water.
No, I mean, I guess part of why I'm more behaved right now is because I always tend to get a little more behaved around the end of the year because I do absolutely love holiday season and doing all kinds of stuff for people and making them smile and stuff. And so I'm always got a million things I'm making and giving out and doing for people. So I get very focused.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's what you could call the dichotomy. I can go completely from 1 minute I'm just playing out bitchy to the next minute I'm out doing all this stuff for people.
Well, as long as you're not out in your car, then you are kind of complaining about other drivers.
Oh, I hate other drivers. I hate them. I'm completely honest on that. There's some things that just.
How would you define a troll, Kronos? How would you define a troll? According to you, you're a troll.
He is a troll. He's a friendly one, though.
A friendly one, but yes.
To be fair, I started in the community by going around all the channels trolling people. And there's several other things different people are trolled for that I actually kind of started it. But I was a nice one, and I'm still a friendly person to him after.
Trolls
What you're
lives
saying
matter.
is you're a Sour Patch Kid. Don't tell me you don't know what a Sour Patch Kid is.
No, of course.
Really? Oh God, that was horrible.
You know, all I'm thinking. Never mind. I won't say it.
And of course, Professor Brainy Speck just trolls Kronos. Kronos is trying to get banned. But
it's his lifelong ambition. But no one will do it.
That's because we know he's doing it on purpose.
Oh, I'm sure there have been a couple of channels that have banned him, not knowing him, but those who know him, love him, or at least tolerate him.
I would say tolerate.
Oh.
And those who don't know him admire him from afar.
Exactly. Okay, I saw a home liquor store sale online. Very, very, very tempting.
Just
not
be
seen that, but
sure about your local laws. You may be flagged by either the state patrol or a federal agency.
Correct. So yes, don't break any local or federal laws doing anything, please.
Yeah, some states have revoked the anti-moonshine, anti-homebrew laws, and some haven't.
Exactly. So, yeah, go according to your local guidelines. I'm not going to be flagged as a channel encouraging
will
people to break
tell
the
you
law.
that I have actually seen local fucking moonshines on sale in freaking CVS and Walgreens here in Iowa. I mean, I'm not kidding.
Then if you come up here, you get more time for brewing your own moonshine than you would if you're diddling a kid.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is
some
unfortunately
fucked up
not an
bullshit.
overstatement. Fucking get probation up here for doing that.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to. I do not drink at all, but I like using some of them in cooking. If you're making like homemade sauces and stuff, to do a high heat saute at the beginning and then use that in this is really good. Because using like spiced rums and stuff to get the spice out of the spices as you're sauteing them, it really works well. Again, I cook fancy.
Nothing wrong with that.
I love to spoil people and cook for them. I am a very strange woman.
Of that, I'll agree.
Yes. That'd be a unanimous agreement.
And no, she doesn't drink while she cooks. She just cooks the alcohol. She doesn't actually drink it.
Yep.
She just holds her head over the pot for a long time.
No. No.
And with that, Captain Trek, I got to go get ready for my my Thanksgiving day. So
absolutely, well, enjoy your Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I hope things go well.
Yeah, got to go do the 3 S's.
Of course.
Yep. So we'll see you later.
See you later.
I hope he's not doing the 3 S's I thought of when he said 3 S's.
Yep. Well,
there's only one set of 3 S's you do every morning.
Correct. Well, not every morning. If you don't do at least 2 of the 3 S's every morning, you got problems.
You guys' brains are in a completely different place than mine. I'm guaranteeing it.
Oh, I know. I know my brain's in a different place than yours. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Kronos is the law. Definitely in a different place.
You can't do that every morning.
Yes, I can.
And let's put it this way: some of us are single. Some of us are also not. How do I say this? Never mind. We won't go there.
Just tell everybody that it's my fault and what I said is bad.
Well, that's true. So
I'm a bad widow girl, apparently. Because that's right where my brain first went.
Okay, Scrambles. The death dealer says, I am above the law, Kronos. Not God's laws, but man's. Exactly. let's see here now. Scrambles is not a role model. By the way, for everyone in chat, you're more than welcome to come on the panel this morning. Yes, it's Thanksgiving here in the United States, and for everyone else, it's a happy Thursday, or down under it's Friday. At least part of the whatever.
I tell my British friends to celebrate this is the day they got rid of the prudes. I wouldn't say
really.
no, I'd say rare.
And we've got Kronos backstage. Kronos, the unbannable. Yay, I'm on the panel. Yes, you are, Kronos. That is all. And leaves.
One of these days, Kronos, you're going to forget to turn off that camera.
Or Mike. And see,
the second you're backstage, he'll bring you on and you'll get nailed.
Oh, trust me, I'm waiting for that. If I'm able to bring him up, boom, he's on the panel. You see what he looks like? Oh my God, that'd be like, freeze frame this, please. Somebody capture the image. And of course, we'd have people going, okay, I'm on it. And yes, you're right. Sadly, they're getting harder and harder to find these days. Good role models. You're right.
It is. See, I wouldn't consider myself one, but at least I understand the generous and kind and put others first part, you know? I could never do half of the shit I need to do to be a good role model because I can't control myself that well. But I can at least be kind. Ew.
And Kronos says, I'm not smart. Just
Are you looking for me to agree with you?
Well, you actually are. And then Kronos, kind is good. Yes, it is. You know, I remember one year, local gas station attendant, at least the one I went to. There are several gas stations here, but was there all day and really had nothing to do for Thanksgiving, so I ended up taking dinner up to her.
I can be crass and foul-mouthed and sit here and make people cringe, but when it comes down to my actual life, most of the time it's taking care of others, it's giving things away, it's trying to make people smile, it's trying to make things beautiful for people. I guess you could call that the dichotomy, because in some ways I can be the biggest bitch, but in some ways I can be the nicest girl.
Thank you, Kronos. I'll be back. Germ, you're in charge.
Okay.
He's just making sure not to leave me in charge because he doesn't want to deal with that.
Okay. Well, if I was trying very hard not to comment about what you said because it was not very nice.
Look, I know I get a reputation because I am very blunt with the sexual stuff and teasing.
Oh, no, it wasn't about you personally. It was about your gender as a whole.
Go for it. I don't like most girls.
Okay, you go from blunt, sarcastic to nice, so you're bipolar like all women.
Actually, all women are bitches. Bipolar is a special type. But, yeah. It is actually statistically true that mental illnesses are more common in women than men. But again, we have more hormones and we have more hormones and endorphins than men do. So there's a completely different genetic balance.
Yeah, that's a given.
Well, not in today's society. They're all fucking idiots.
When 1 minute they're all cutesy and loving, and then the next minute, here comes a butcher knife.
Okay, that's not most women. That's just psychotic people.
Really? I have a whole line of exes who would beg to
Yeah.
differ.
That's not most women. Most women are not going to commit felonies and stab people just because they're upset with them.
Yeah, you just like crazy bitches.
Yeah, I was going to say,
They like
that's a whole
beers.
level of crazy bitch.
They had knives drawn at me, plates tossed.
See, in my
Relatives
worst,
sicked on me
with all my
freaking
mental
pack dogs.
issues, with all my anger and rage issues, at my worst, I still never threw a single thing at hubby. I threw things at walls, but not at hubby. Because I didn't want to hurt anybody. Which is why when he made me that angry when we were newlyweds, I turned away from him to scream and throw the goblet to the other end of the house. No, I don't want to hurt anybody. It's absolute last resort. And yeah, as a general, most people, male and female alike, if they're enraged enough, can have a violent temper. That's a pretty standard thing, but that takes a lot. And Yahtzee, morning.
And Kronos, that should be pretty easy to find depending on what type of picture you want.
Chitara.
I don't think Yitzy does.
No, that's what he's been. That's what he's
pictures.
been nagging me for. And I haven't had a chance to deal with it because of holidays. I'm supposed to do one of my pinups as Chitara.
Ooh, old media guy, how's it going?
Hey, old media guy. What you doing, Doctor Who, today? If you have a time or better yet, a link for that, please put it in the chat.
Link for what?
Old media guy for the Doctor Who that he's doing later today.
Yes. And thank you, Kronos. Dave G says, I'm on floor cleaning duty for a bit, I guess. Yep. And thank you.
Kronos, I think you might have a bit of an obsession with that character. I'm just saying.
Just a little bit.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I will eventually do it because I've done characters for fun for several other friends. Like one of the guys from Anime Roundtable had me doing Clan, which I didn't even know the character because it came out in the time when I didn't really watch TV much. So I had to research the character, go through a whole bunch of different art and fan art of her, and then do it. But it made him happy.
Let's be a little more specific, Chrono. Which Chitara is it? If it's the classic one or even the 2000s one, that okay. But if you want Chitara from that Thundercats War, you're going to have to go on a government list.
No, he wants her to look very, very gorgeous. So I would say not Thundercats Roar, obviously.
Yeah.
Because nothing looks good in Thundercats Roar. That thing is just a pile of shit. I mean,
insult shit.
Yeah, I mean, at least shit has a function. If you put it on plants, it still fertilizes.
Exactly. And happy Thanksgiving in Big Geek.
Oh, wow, where's your brain at?
Brain. What is brain?
That's that thing that's dysfunctional and doesn't really work right.
No, unless you pour gallons and gallons and gallons of caffeine in it every day.
Exactly. And now we've got another one to bring down the numbers. Welcome in, Big Geek.
Captain Resolute Germ, Mr. Lundell, Eagle Rider. Happy Thanksgiving to you all. I hope you all have a blessed one today.
Well, I hope you definitely have a good. I hope you definitely have a good Thanksgiving. What do you have planned for today?
We are not hosting. The original plan was we were going to host with family. Unfortunately, family can't make it. My daughter, she's off today. She wanted to come up, but I was like, no, I would prefer you not because you worked the day prior. You are working Black Friday. I am not comfortable. I don't want you to drive all the way up here with our grandson, with my grandson.
Yep.
For 2.5 hours, eat dinner, just to hang out for a few hours, and then have to drive back.
No, just do an alternate day as the holiday celebration. Like if you can't make it to somebody by a day, have her come up in a few days and do a celebration with you.
Exactly.
So I'm going to let you guys in on something. I know I put it in the chat, but I wish I had known this years ago because it makes a whole lot of sense. I had some test work done, and it turns out I'm a mid to high level sociopath, which, when you look at the definition, really explains a lot.
Am I supposed to be surprised?
Did you need a test for that?
No. You shouldn't be surprised. Like I said, it makes a lot of sense. I just wish I had known that, I'm like, how many times did I go to mental health in the military? This should have been something that should have been, diagnosed about me a long time ago, because then I would have known about it and I would have been able to work within it. So
I thought it was a given.
Well, I thought I was pretty sure I was, but I had to do a lot of my own research because my doctors weren't telling me a damn thing. Then again, I did have to go through the military, and they're about they're some of the worst doctors you will ever have.
The only doctors who get worse in this country than the VA is IHS, and both are piles of shit.
Oh, trust me, I've already dealt with it.
Funded.
Oh yeah, I've dealt with the VA already. And that's why I'm like, thank God we're paying for our TRICARE Prime. And we can, that the husband? I'm assuming that's the husband. Normally, but yeah, so we're going to have just Thanksgiving with the family here, the kids and everything. My daughter's 21st birthday was a couple days ago, and she was like, call me. And it was like 12:30 my time, 11:30 her time. I knew she was up. So I was like, I called her and said, happy birthday. Like, it's not my birthday yet. I said, it is where I live. She thought that was very sweet.
Set the bar low when you get credit well.
Well, she called me on her birthday. She was at a bar for the first time, and I was like, are you alone? Is anybody with you? And then I immediately got an IM from this guy, Steve. He's like, and I know who he is. He's like, no, I'm with her. She's right here. Fred is at the babysitter's. And I'm like, good. I knew a girl back when I was in the military. She was one of my airmen. She turned 21 and a bunch of guys wanted to take her bar hopping. And I was like, I'm not comfortable with this.
I will tell you, again, yeah, I love military guys. Not all of them are as honorable as they should be.
No, they're not.
My brother, well, I call him my brother. My sister's ex actually got to it because he actually knocked out one of his supervisors at a bar when he wouldn't leave a girl alone.
Yeah, there was a situation we used to have that is now defunct in the military. It was called green dot training. The problem was the scenarios that they would bring up were absolute garbage because they bring up a scenario like, what if you saw a couple arguing? What would you do? Do I know them? Well, that's not the point. Yes, it is the point. Do I know them? Am I aware who they are? Do I know their personalities? Am I, if this is just a couple that's arguing, why am I going to get involved?
Is it just an argument, or is there actually somebody being aggressive or putting somebody in danger? There's a big difference between, because if somebody's just arguing and disagreeing, mind your own fucking business.
Exactly. And I was like, if it was somebody I knew, maybe I would intervene, or I might know them well enough to know, okay, this is just, an issue they're having right now, and nothing's going to be made light of. But I'm like, has anybody put their hands on each other? And, the instructors could not handle these details. They were like, no. They're like, no, that's not important. I said, no, all of this is important. You need context before I'm going to be able to answer this question. And actually, when I left the classroom after we're done, because I was one of the senior members of the classroom at my time, a lot of people were like, God, I was thinking the same thing. I was just, young airmen. I was like, they were afraid to ask those questions. Cap, what are you guys doing for Thanksgiving, bud?
Family coming over and just turkey and stuff. And I am staying locked away in my room.
What about you, Mr. Londell?
No immediate plans, just a big pot of chili instead of the turkey this time.
Oh, can I come over to your house? Is it spicy chili?
A little bit.
Oh, I love me some chili in the winter. Actually, it was so funny yesterday. I bought a sandwich from the store, and my wife was like, and it was so funny because I had done this the day prior. She's like, you want some tomato soup to dip in that sandwich? I was like, oh my God, I just did that the other day too. It's nice that my wife knows me very well. And somehow she still puts up with my dumb ass.
The woman is a saint and needs to actually be awarded as such.
Correct. Agreed, Kronos. Agreed.
What is a sandwich? Well, it's a couple things layered with bread. Or anyway, fuck it. You guys know what I'm talking about. Come on, half the time I do some of these things on purpose.
And Old Media Guy asks, what movies do you have coming up, Mr. Londell?
Oh, I got a shitload of them on Odyssey. Let me see. Latest one is actually a movie I hadn't seen in years. I found a copy of it. The World, the Flesh, and the Devil.
Really?
Yeah, it's with Harry Belafonte and Inger Stevens, and Mel Ferrer. It was like an end of the world type movie. 3 people in New York City, nobody else, and it's a '50s movie, and it kind of explores all the racial aspects and so forth and so on. It's to me, it's one of those movies that it just got kind of lost.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one, Mr. Lundell. Sometimes you find a gem of a movie and you're like, how did I not hear about this movie? You find yourself really enthralled in it. I did watch, because my sleep schedule has been shit. I did watch the first 2 episodes of Hawkeye. And here's the thing. I know what's going to come out of certain people's mouths. They're going to say Kate Bishop is a Mary Sue. And I firmly said in my stream today, no, she's not. And I'm going to give you a little synopsis here. What happens is she's 5 years old when the Battle of New York happens. Her parents have had an argument. She's listening in. All of a sudden, the Battle of New York happens, and her father is killed. And she is going around. She's 5 years old at the time. And she is going around crying, Mom, Dad, freaking out, like a child would do. All of a sudden, and she's from a very wealthy family. All of a sudden, the side of the wall opens up, and the first thing she sees besides the Shatari all around is Hawkeye with a bow and arrow taking down bad guys. At the funeral, her mom is like, I will give you anything you need. And she says, I need a bow and arrow. You flash forward to 2020, you flash forward to present time after post Thanos snap in game. And yes, she kind of brags about the championship she has. She's a champion archer. She's a black belt at 15. She's currently 22 now. And she is very good with swords and fencing. Now, that does not make her.
How'd she go from 5 to 22 in 9 years?
I didn't come up with a timeline. I'm just saying they said she was 22. But the thing is, what she is doing is, because honestly, she has the trophies and the wish, another trophy. She doesn't give a shit about the trophies. You can hear it in her inflection, in her tone, in her voice. She couldn't give 2 shits about these things. She is doing this because this is how she's coping with what happened at the Battle of New York. And when she actually goes out and has a fight, she has the first fight she has. She has a few. She does a few good Black Widow moves, and then she gets her ass handed to her, where she has to run away. And then you have Clint, who is in New York, or that part of New York, with his kids. His wife is at home. They are still together. But you can see the tension in his voice. He's almost on the verge of tears because, remember, for the kids, this was a nothing burger. They didn't know anything about this. It was just, hey, I'm back. He went 5 years, wife gone, all 3 children. He's broke. He's a broken man. And his kids still love him. His wife supports him still. It's none of that shit. He is really trying to, he wants to make sure he never loses that time again. And you can really see it in the acting.
Okay. Good morning, Deej, and happy Thanksgiving. Let's see here. Who else did I miss? Good morning, Kinjack Ben, who has pumpkin pies for everyone. Here's.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Really? A Charlie Chaplin like Citizen? Wow.
I'm going to have to look that one up. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, definitely. A Charlie Chaplin film where it looks a lot like Citizen Kane.
Charlie Chan.
Oh, Charlie Chan. Sorry, I said Chapman, didn't I?
Correct.
Okay, that's my fault. And I tell you what, these humidifiers have been a godsend since I bought them.
Am I the crazy girl who got all kinds of gourmet potatoes to make all kinds of food for hubby?
Yeah, they look like the small potatoes. They look like they'd be good to go in a crock pot.
We have the small Yukons. We have several of the little ones for regular potatoes. We have the sweet potatoes. We have purple sweet potatoes. And we actually have a red Japanese sweet potato, along with several types of beets that I'm going to do some foods with.
And good morning, Deej. Good morning, Cinnabon Bunny. Both
folks,
of you are welcome up here. So, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I really think I made my case with my last video on Star Trek. I said, you know, there was always a talk, Star Trek is progressive. Yes, absolutely, it's progressive. I also said it's very conservative in the Federation. And I made the case it is also liberal. And I use the proper definitions because when I would say I felt the Federation was conservative, and I've been attacked for this many times, being like, how the fuck can you be conservative and love Star Trek? But I'm like, you're relating conservatism, progressivism, liberalism to an American political party. I'm not. I've been dying to do that one for a while.
Because actually, other than the hoping, let's all abolish money shit, most of Star Trek was more about finding a way for people of different viewpoints and political marches and stuff, finding a way to live together. And it isn't anti-conservative and stuff in the old episodes. It's not.
Well, I made the point of saying, you know, when Picard says it best, you know, the prime directive is a philosophy and a good one. And history has proven when mankind has tried to get involved with a lesser developed people, no matter how the intention is, the results end in disaster. And you can look at history, especially American history, when we have tried to westernize people, it does not end well. It's almost always ended in disaster.
Here's the thing. If you look historically at the way nations have rebuilt and changed after wars with us, if they attack us first, and I mean massive attack, I'm not talking one or two terror attack stuff, I'm talking about big time, huge attack kind of thing, and we kick their ass and we are done with it, and instead of having these long drawn out wars, then they tend to change. If we make these long drawn out wars or it's back and forth shit or stuff, they don't care. They don't change. That's just the historical trend.
And I used, considering this was the war I was a part of for most of my career, I mentioned Afghanistan. We went in, we did what we were supposed to do, and then I found out we were going to try and nation build them and turn them into a democracy. I said, this is not going to work. This is going to fail. This is going to end badly. Because, and I've seen, you know, I've listened to testimony from many people who went outside the wire and went, because much of Afghanistan is still tribalist. And they asked, you know, why don't you do this? Go, we've been here thousands of years. We're not going to be here forever. You're going to leave at some point. That's why I used Afghanistan.
The mistake they made. You break. That's the first thing you break in them. It worked well in Japan because they accepted defeat and they went along with the
It's
program.
also because we didn't go
You have
into
to get
Japan.
to the point.
We didn't go into Japan with the attitude that we're just going to strike back and we're trying to follow all these things. No, we went in there with the attitude we're going to make them suffer for what they did. There was a much different attitude from us too on that.
Japan was already westernized, essentially.
Yeah. It's
Also,
very possible to westernize.
Kind of in some ways.
It would have been very, very easy to westernize places like Afghanistan. It's just they didn't have the political will to do that because the political solution to that would involve stuff that they just weren't prepared to do in front of a voting public.
I disagree because the British tried it too.
The British weren't very good at that
and
sort of
who
thing
else
either.
before the British tried it? You know,
Spanish,
that's a nation
the Romans, the Greeks.
That's a nation of barbarians. Okay, until they decide they don't want to be barbarians, they're going to be barbarians.
And Cinnabon, stream whenever the hell you want. I'll watch.
Now, remember, historically, when we dropped the first bomb on Hiroshima, they still would not surrender. We had to stick another bomb on Nagasaki to finally get them to surrender. And many of their leadership committed seppuku, the honorable version of suicide.
Yeah.
And
that was because of their active roles in stopping the emperor from surrendering after the first bomb, because there was a mini coup attempt that tried to force them into continuing the war, and that's why they actually committed the seppuku, not because of continuing on, because they opposed the emperor. It had nothing to do with what we were doing.
They felt the emperor failed them.
No, they failed the emperor.
Yeah.
Oh, they failed the emperor.
You got to understand the culture that they had. They would do anything, including die for him at a will, just because he said so. So them feeling like the emperor is doing something we can't support, they felt that was their fault.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have said it the other way. That's what I meant to say. Thank you for correcting that.
Yeah, they literally felt it was their failing because they viewed the emperor as a god. So if they had a problem with what he was doing, we must be failing God. We don't deserve to live.
Well, actually, the emperor had no power. The emperor has never had really, the emperor of Japan has never really had power. It's always been a shogun. The emperor,
really
the emperor and they're just, the emperor is almost like just a straw man, because all power has always gone to a shogun in years past, and I'm not quite sure how they did it during the Second World War, but it was not the emperor. Now the emperor can step in and say, "Stop this bull crap," and basically, when they surrendered to the U.S., that's basically what happened. Is the emperor said, "Stop this," and the only reason his people agreed to stop it was because they feared the next nuke would have fallen on Tokyo, and there was no way they could protect the emperor if that happened.
And let's be honest, it probably would have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why we dropped the bombs on them was because it was believed, and rightly so, that if we went over there and tried to go into Japan as a whole,
that would have been nasty.
Every citizen was going to go up in arms, and every man, woman, child would have been willing to die fight. They felt this was the lesser of the evils. Well, think about this too. For example, you take Iran, for example. Who is really in charge of Iran? Is it the president, or is it really? It's not. It's the Ayatollah, the man on the mountain.
Yeah, that's very clear in their political system. their actual laws dictate that the president is beholden to the religious class.
And the Ayatollah is the one who, the Ayatollah is the one who says who can run and who can't.
Well, if you look at because you get to the Middle East, you got an area that connects all these different continents. If you look at other parts of the Middle East, both dipping down into the African area, but even heading off towards the Asian countries and stuff, the religious leaders actually having all the power, and the kings and Saudis and the presidents being afraid of them is actually really common.
I showed up on in the chat for History with R&R, and I remember them talking about Protestants and Catholics, and I said, I asked a question. I said, I hadn't researched why the Protestants and why the Catholics were persecuting the Protestants. And they said basically power, because they weren't beholden to the Pope.
Yeah.
Well, you look at our country's history, whether or not you agree with it, there really was a really dark persecution of Mormons for a while, where they were actually paying them to hunt them down.
Yes. I found a really good video on what the true first Thanksgiving was. And basically, you had, people don't realize there was actually 2 ships, also the Mayflower. These ships were antiquated and basically garbage. You had one.
All of those ships were.
Yeah, you had one where you had to scuttle, and then the Mayflower eventually made it to land, but it was meant to go obviously to what would be Virginia, because there was always a colony there. Then they go to, they end up in what is now called Massachusetts. And what happens is they're going and exploring. They're being attacked by, tribes, and, they're defending themselves, and they are trying to, and what people don't know is the tribe that helped them, and Rosetta, help me out here.
I am not trying to pronounce anything this stuffed up. You're on your own.
Okay. Well, the tribe,
He'll slaughter it.
The tribe that had actually, what they did was they were finding the tribe that actually helped them initially was they came across areas because they were looking for places for shelter. And what had happened was a plague 3 years prior, an Indian fever, had wiped out a big version of their people. And you had,
actually, the plague was not an Indian disease. It was because one of the people that was there actually was a released slave from England.
You're thinking of Squanto, and actually, what happened?
That's what caused the plagues up in that area. That is actually known.
Well, what happened to Squanto was when he got, because Squanto was a slave in Spain before he escaped. And he comes back to find his entire tribe was wiped out by plague.
Not quite accurate. Some of it was wiped out before. Some of them actually wiped out because of the diseases he brought back when he was, and he didn't escape. He actually was set free.
Okay, but I'm gonna have to double check it because of the way every historical thing I find says he escaped. But what the key thing was, they made an agreement and said, hey, not every tribe is going to be friendly to you, which you already knew. So they made a deal, and after a lot of drinking, which is how you negotiated back then, and they agreed to help each other for mutual benefit. And by the time the first winter was over half of the Mayflower, which was 102 people, more than half of them were dead.
Yeah, the adults. The kids, for some reason, weren't dying of the diseases. Just the adults.
And if I'm not mistaken, Rosetta, you can correct me on this. They mostly died of scurvy, if I'm not mistaken.
Scurvy, and then winter-related issues and diseases from basically malnourishment during winter.
And then you had summer come, and you had the tribe help them learn how to plant corn and stuff that they had never done before. And the first Thanksgiving was a 3-day festival, and it didn't just have turkey. That was it had lobster, it had fish. I mean, that would make sense too, because where they're at.
It had foods that were pretty, standard between all the tribes. So yes, it would have had versions of what are known now as Indian tacos. It would have had wojapi. It would have had berry puddings and soups. It would have had all that stuff.
Yeah. It was a very interesting documentary because, and unfortunately, this is what bothers me. And this is why I'm so into politics, is when I hear people say things that I know are factually untrue. And I'm like, this is really what happened. Or at least this is mostly what happened. Because if it hadn't been for that tribe, pretty much they would have ended up like Jamestown, and they wouldn't have survived. Almost guarantee you they wouldn't have survived.
Well, the disease level would have ended up like that. We can't actually guarantee they would have gone as dark as the people of Jamestown and the shit they did.
I don't know. I think if it hadn't been for the tribe, that they probably would not have survived. I mean, because
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying Jamestown wasn't just that they didn't survive. The documents and the stuff that's known about what they did to each other while they were dying is some dark shit.
And here's something a lot of people don't know. Rosetta, you seem like you know your history well. They made the Massachusetts Compact, which became basically the first version of a constitution of a represented republic at the time.
Let's see here.
Sorry, you guys don't want to listen to me moving these things around. It's kind of loud.
Oh, no problem.
And I've got to prep stuff for the food. I am going to cook and spoil. I'm a good little housewife. And I love cooking for people.
There's nothing wrong with that. My brother-in-law, he cooks for people. And what I was talking about also is I can't stand the closed-mindedness of some people. I'm not going to say who in my family, but they are of the Jewish faith, and they are like, they hate Christmas because they view Christmas as a pagan holiday, but they don't know the history behind it. Why did Christians go to Rome to do what they were doing during that summertime? Because this was when the big gatherings and celebrations would happen, and they were trying to convert people to Christianity. Also, do you know why Jesus' birthday is considered in December? Because the Jewish community knew when his death took place and went back, because there's no historical document to state his birth, just went back 9 months.
Noah's moved to with the winter solstice when they're converting pagans.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It had nothing to do with the Jewish decision. That the early Catholic Church moved it when they were converting the Germanic pagans.
Yeah, because actually that time of year it was raucous among pagans. It was, all kind of debauchery and so forth would happen. So they just kind of, actually quite a few holidays like that, the early church just kind of took them over.
Yeah. They knew no one knew what the actual dates were, so they just transplanted it. Like Easter.
Well, no, Easter is quite accurate. because they know if you know when Passover occurs, you know when those events happen.
It happened right around a specific celebration and
Yeah.
holiday that already existed, so that's a lot easier to prove.
Yeah, that's why.
Robert, I've heard that. Sorry. But I saw Robert put there September is actually more likely when Christ. I've actually heard that one quite a bit, and yeah,
I actually agree with it from my research based on what they said about the environment it was in, when it was common for them to do tax collections and all that stuff was more likely September to October.
Mm-hmm. And it was probably the time when they would do the census.
Mm-hmm. It was usually done as you were turning into the fall because it was considered the end of the year.
Well, yeah, remember, because you have the end of year and then you have the end of the physical year. The physical year ends October 31st and the new physical year starts when November. Mm-hmm. Because that's how we did it in the military, because that's how funding would be done.
Well, I'm not talking about modern here. I'm talking about when they had back then, most places based the end of a year more on cultural and gathering taxes and stuff like that was based more on the seasons changing. So winter was the beginning of the year and cold, and spring was the birth and stuff like that. And winter always has been that tie point between death and birth. But because of that, fall was in a lot of cultures.
Harvests.
Yeah. Fall was in a lot of cultures considered the end of the year. It was the harvest. It was the celebration. It was the preparing for the new year that you were going to build and all that stuff. So it was more
time to collect
fall
taxes because they collected their taxes in.
Well, because that's when everyone was harvesting and selling their stuff too. That's when they had the money.
It makes sense. I have a question for you guys, each one of you. What are your, starting tomorrow, because that's when I'm going to start watching. What are your Christmas movies you watch? What are your Christmas traditional movies?
Nightmare Before Christmas.
A Christmas Story.
Die Hard.
You're lying. You're lying, Captain.
A Christmas Story.
Mine are Die Hard 1, Die Hard 2, Gremlins, It's a Wonderful Life, Home Alone, and Home Alone 2. Those are my big ones. Oh, yes, and Christmas Vacation. National Lampoon's Christmas. I always love that scene. Merry Christmas, kiss my ass, kiss his ass, kiss your ass. Happy Hanukkah.
Oh,
another underrated one is Batman Returns.
Oh, yes, you're right. You were 100% right there.
And yes, old media guy, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
Life and Adventures of Santa Claus, which is not as common, would be one that I watch. Which was actually Santa Claus told through the story of having him raised by the Eternals and the Wood Elves and stuff like that.
And let's see here. Star Trek 4, the music sounds Christmassy, and the Polar Express. Oh, absolutely, Polar Express.
Yes, I would agree.
Then there's always Santa Claus Conquers the Martians.
Robert Roger brings up one too.
Sandman versus
Robert Rose Jr.
Robert Rose Jr. Sorry, I didn't realize that was supposed to be said. He brings up the Lethal Weapon movie. Yes, that was said during Christmas. I always gotta say,
Kronos, what are you talking about?
I need to make a video for Randolph the Crooked-Legged Cowboy. I mean,
Ernest Saves Christmas. Ernest Saves Christmas. There's another good one.
You guys would be surprised how many things I actually watch during Christmas season, because I'll just let all these old specials just play in the background while I'm working on gifts for people.
There's nothing wrong with that.
And then when my husband's out here, we'll watch some of the newer Christmas movies just so we can pause them 5,000 times and make fun of how stupid they are. I mean,
a little while back, I actually watched that Mel Gibson movie, Fat Man. And I was like, this was an original take on the idea of Christmas. Because in the movie, people know Santa Claus is real. And the thing is, he's getting subsidy. He's not in the North Pole. He's actually in Canada. And he's getting subsidies from the federal government.
Keep me dry rag, huh?
And Old Media Guy says, starting tomorrow, my wife lets me play Christmas music. I'd sneak in one today. Just to, you know.
I kind of start turning everything Christmas as soon as Halloween's over, but I celebrate Halloween for like 2 months too. But when you make and sell stuff, or you make all your gifts and stuff like that, to people who you make it yourself, it is between 6 to 8 months of the year you're making stuff for Christmas.
And Scrambles with Death, unfortunately, all that's moved to Apple. So, yeah.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown. You know, it was interesting because I remember reading a story on that, and they were like, well, the black kid is over here, and everybody else, it's like...
Oh, God, yes, the Futurama Christmas stuff.
And it was like, the whole point was the guy who was doing it had to fight to get a black kid in the movie.
You want these two?
Yep, we heard him. By the way, how is Hubby?
He's doing okay. He's actually feeling a bit better than he was a few days ago. Right now, he's just trying to help me figure out what all I'm doing for prepping food.
That's very nice of him.
Yeah, he actually tries to help out some while I'm cooking for him.
You guys remember when I told you I tried to get a job at a butcher shop and it didn't work out? But I think I think what happened was because of the standing in one place for so long, I'm going to have to go see a chiropractor because my hand's getting numb again. And this is the hand I had surgery on. And I think I pinched a nerve.
Sounds quite possible. Let's see here. Christmas Invasion, Runaway Bride, Voyage of the Damned, The Next Doctor, The End of Time, A Christmas Carol, Doctor, The Widow, and The Widow in the Wardrobe, and The Snowman. Okay.
Those are
Why
all
do
the
I have
Christmas specials from New Who.
Are you kidding me?
What about
I was gonna say those sound like bad like porn spoofs of Christmas titles.
What about Professor? What about the Husbands of River Song? Didn't that take place as a Christmas special too? There you go. He brought it up.
Jingle All the Way didn't exist on my list. It's okay. Not in any rotation of mine. Oh.
See, I like it. But I like watching them beat each other up so much. I mean,
we'll have to send you Jingle All the Way. And, of course, NB's favorite movie.
Mm-hmm.
We need to send him a few copies of that. And make sure his wife puts it on every TV.
She hates that movie. She hates that movie, too.
Well, trust me. With enough monetary incentive, she'll play it just to drive you crazy.
I was going to actually say, there's all the different versions of A Christmas Carol. If I'm going to watch that, I'm probably either going to watch the version Patrick Stewart did because it has a more accurate to the book and well done than a lot of them, or I'll just go freaking balls to the wall comedy and watch Scrooged.
Yes, I was just thinking Scrooged.
No, when it comes to Christmas Carol, the George C. Scott version is probably the best.
I have that one too, actually. I actually like the Muppet one though. Hey.
Yeah, the Muppet one isn't bad.
Oh my God, I haven't. God, I haven't seen a Muppet Christmas in.
Okay, when a Muppet Christmas Carol came out was the year that we had the house fire. We were stuck in a hotel for months. And watching that together for the first time was actually one of the things we did to help us deal with it. So it's kind of got a special place to all of us.
Yeah, I have several movies that are special to me. So, like, for example, every year I watch Independence Day because that was a movie my grandmother, we went and saw a double feature. The first movie, I don't even remember what the fuck it was. Second movie was Independence Day. My grandmother didn't want to go see it, but I wanted to. And then she saw it, and every year we watched it together again. That's actually a panel I want to get people with. When is a movie not just a movie? When is a TV show not just a TV show?
Never, in my opinion.
Pretty much.
Oh, I know. I was just making that as an example of, a movie that, I was kind of going with Rosetta where she was talking that, and, it was a bonding experience for her and her hubby. I mean, it's like, okay, for example, you guys know I got a hold of MASH. And MASH is special to me because it was the one of the few shows my father.
Good morning, Sherry. Good morning, Sherry. And you're absolutely right. You can't forget that.
Actually, though, I would say if you actually do like the stuff that guy did, I far prefer the books, and especially In God We Trust, All Others Pay Cash.
We used to have a saying in one of our units. It's ACC. In God we trust. All others we monitor.
No, that's not a big concern at all from the government saying that. I mean...
Well, to me, that's just an admission of guilt.
Yeah, I was going to say, saying that you're in the government and you say that, ooh, boy.
Hey, there's a whole scarier thing you can say. You can say, "Hi, I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
Well, at least in that situation, you can point a gun in their face.
No,
making themselves known.
That's when you hide your wallet.
Hi, sir. I'm from the government and I'm here to help you.
Get the hell off my property.
Yeah, exactly. You can fuck off. Here, if you can't hear it, I'll turn it up for you. Get the fuck off my property.
And how are you this morning, Sherry? Hopefully you're having a good Thanksgiving, and I do hope everyone is having a good Thanksgiving today.
Oh, guys, I finally got something I haven't had since I was in the Marine Corps.
A brain?
A brain? Oh, God.
No, they took
it's
that from
amazing you both said that at the same time.
No, that's why I said, oh, God. Somebody help me.
K-Bar.
K-Bar. K-Bar. We used to give these away as decorations on plaques. And I finally was like, I want a K-Bar. I told my wife what I want for Christmas from her. I said, if you get me anything, I'd really like my Marine Corps NCO sword. Because I was an NCO, I was a corporal. I earned the right to have that sword. And I've just never gotten one. And I was like, if you want to give me anything for Christmas, that's what I want.
And Sherry, keep in mind that is the ultimate movie that NB Geek loves to watch every year.
I was talking to this.
Showing that movie should be against the Geneva Convention.
Should be against the UCMJ. I was talking to this. I didn't know this. Did you guys know this, by the way? I was talking with this one person on Twitter, and did you guys know there's actually a limit of how many people you can follow?
Yes.
Yep.
I did not know that.
It's stupid.
It sounds arbitrary to me. Yeah.
Actually, I've researched what they claim, and literally it is when you hit 5,000 people you're following, they will not let you follow anyone else until basically the people following you are up to 90% of who you're following. And then
So,
they
yeah,
have
she
to
was-
travel up together.
Well, she had mentioned she was going through her account and finding a lot of inactive accounts and deleting them. And that's when she said the limit. And I was like, there's a limit? Because I honestly did not know that.
Because I've fought with it because I follow all these different people because I work in promoting different artists for multiple communities. And so I follow a bunch of people who don't know me yet. And yeah, a lot of people will start following me after they interact with me and see what I'm doing for a while. But when it starts, I'm like fighting to fit them into my list because of this stupid little regulation. It is, but it says within so much of that percent I just said, if you actually read all their information. So it varies slightly, but it's all set to a basic point.
Yeah.
I like this one I just got from this person. I'm not the one using a pathetic catchphrase, which the catchphrase she's talking about is "Let's go, Brandon." Thinking it's so clever. Newsflash is not. It just shows how low IQ level of maggots are.
Actually, "Let's go, Brandon" is quite clever.
It is. It's a very nice euphemism.
Also, literally, their site has been doing nothing but using catchphrases, insults, and slurs for the last 4 years to everybody. And this is somebody in the center who hates both sides.
Bingo. Same here.
I was the one. Yeah, I told this person, they were like, no one ever said if you get the vaccine, you won't get COVID. I show the link, fact check, and I give her the link that says when President Biden said it. I was like 11 seconds in.
Biden, Fauci, virtually every elected official.
Just remember the person who mishandled the AIDS issue in the 80s was also Fauci.
Yeah. Besides, the mere definition of the word vaccine means you will not catch that disease.
That's why I tell people this is not a vaccine because it doesn't follow any of the science that every vaccine has.
Ton of money on the AIDS stuff too.
Everybody's been vaccinated against smallpox. Therefore, nobody has gotten smallpox since when?
I believe the 1960s.
Okay. And that I remember growing up, that was a big thing, eradicating smallpox. That was the world got together and actually did something when they eradicated smallpox.
Well, remember when they said back in the 80s, and I remember this, they would put out public service announcements, and they were basically saying it's only homosexuals who are getting it. And that was just disgusting.
That was Fauci. That was Fauci.
Yeah, it sure was.
And I told the person, I said, I've already had COVID. I haven't got the vax because I'm not trusting a shot that has only been out a year.
Well, remember, they told us for decades and decades that if you get a vaccine for something you've already had, the fighting between it and the natural immunity can cause breakouts or mutations. They've told us this for decades. You're not supposed to get shots for something you've already had.
Uh-huh.
And again, that doesn't make somebody anti if they can't get a shot either. That just means they can't get it. Now, you want to argue the anti-vaxxers out there are nuts.
Oh, I would agree with you.
So are the hardcore vaxxers who think there should never be any exemptions no matter what. They're all a bunch of nutcases.
Well, that's why I told someone when I was talking, when I do my political channel, I say, I don't use the terms conservative and liberal when I'm referring to the extreme. I say far right and extreme left, or far left and extreme right, because the Alex Joneses of this world, the QAnons, I remember when I got accused of being QAnon, and I was like, what the hell is that? And I ended up running across a guy.
Mainstream media spin job.
I remember coming across.
I have yet to find anyone who is actually on the right who ever bought into any of that QAnon shit.
I know a few.
Oh, I met one once.
There are some QAnons and some alt-righters out there. There are, but they're not
I know
common. But they are. They are. A lot of them overlap with each other. They're not common, but they are fucking psycho.
Yeah, I got into the car. I was listening to this guy for 2 minutes, and I said, "Stop." I said, "You're not a conservative. You're fucking nuts."
Maybe if he
I
could
guess they
fuck
want him
nuts,
to
he wouldn't be
testify
as
in front of
miserable.
Congress. He would agree. Said he'd agree to it if it was broadcast live.
My husband's looking at me like I'm crazy.
You say that like it's a bad thing. It's like I said on Twitter. You call me a hillbilly, right? White trash, redneck, like it's a bad thing.
Honey, what am I? My wife. Boy, you're being careful with your wording today. What's going on?
Oh, he's just afraid of repercussions happening live on air.
No, he's not.
No, he would enjoy it. He just doesn't want it to be public.
Wrong way.
What do you mean wrong way?
It's not me punishing him.
Oh, I'm sure to him it's not punishment. He just doesn't
no. That's not what I'm saying.
I know
he's not the receiver.
Okay, Rosetta, we know you like a little pain.
What's a little pleasure without a little pain?
Why are we talking about your sex life, Rosetta?
They made a crack about hubby being afraid of me. I was correcting them.
Oh, I'm sure he is. He just doesn't show it. Said the little fear spices things.
Only at times. So, anyhow, what do you have planned for Thanksgiving? Anybody in the chat? Let's see here. I don't think I'd use this one though. Mr. Eagle Rider. I don't know. That just doesn't sound right.
No, but everybody tried. If you notice, it said Ms. Eagle Rider and Mr. Eagle. I think that was a comment.
That I would buy.
I think that was meant as a comment. But yeah, it's Thanksgiving. That's why I've been sitting here prepping potatoes and veggies all morning when we talk.
Yes, it is Thanksgiving now. Well, at least
not really
for
Thanksgiving
us
until
here.
the relatives leave.
Exactly.
That's when you really get thankful.
Yes.
My relatives are 900 miles away.
Yes, we know you had yours a month ago, which is cool.
Hey, Rosetta, question for you.
A little off on the timing.
What was do they celebrate Thanksgiving on the reses?
Yes, although there's a running joke that natives don't because it was supposed to be a going away party for you people, but you never left.
I love that.
I had a rarity, guys. I got suspended with my current account on Twitter, and I actually appealed and won because it was you said hurtful, hateful remarks. I'm like, I refer to myself, aka me, and it was said in the text as a white trash cracker. I'm like,
That
how
sounds
is that?
accurate.
Yeah, and I was like, how is that hateful when I'm referring to myself? I didn't refer to the other person as anything derogatory. But apparently I made a hateful remark because I referred to myself as a white trash cracker. That's like when, that almost is in comparison in some ways to Rosetta when your hubby said, go make me a sandwich.
And then hashtag the Savage Sandwich Witch, and he got flagged and suspended for it. No, the latest suspension he got was he literally got suspended for telling a guy to stop sending me inappropriate come-ons and talking about my sex life to me when I told him to leave me alone.
What the fuck?
Yeah. That one made a lot of sense, right? It's like, quit sexually harassing my wife. Okay, we're going to flag you for saying that. It's like, what about the guy actually doing it?
That's crazy. I didn't know about that.
I'm sure he reported him for using the word, and all the Twitter bot saw was the word harassment.
Oh, he didn't say that, though. He didn't phrase it that way. But it's so fucking weird. I will say I actually had one win where the guys that were running around with multiple accounts threatening me actually had all their accounts pulled recently.
Well, let's put it this way. There have been a couple accounts I've had to report for harassment.
Yeah, the only things I'll report is when you actually cross level of true harassment, threatening, and refusing to leave somebody alone after they've blocked you repeatedly on multiple names. And if I catch you doing that shit, I will fucking report it. You're right.
I mean, I did not report anything which was not genuine. There have been a couple of people, it's like, well, you need to report this person. What'd they do? Well, they blah, blah, blah. No, they're not directly threatening anybody. They're not doing anything which would violate the terms of service. Leave them the fuck alone. You don't want to deal with them? Block them.
Don't be like the other side. Don't be like the other side. Do not try to harass people or get them deplatformed. Just tell them to fuck off and block them.
Exactly.
It ain't that
Either
hard.
That or go way, way over the top.
I mean, it's one thing.
I had people sending me threats when they were celebrating that I had a miscarriage before.
Okay.
You're right. I reported every fucking one of them.
If anybody had ever said that to my wife, I'd be like, "You better pray to God I never find you."
That's the thing. These trolls are psycho. If they don't like what you say, they will go to any length to try to hurt you. And the thing is, it didn't hurt me. What it did is it got me to report them, and it got them absolutely blasted by Umbrella Guy, and then had a whole bunch of people just rip them apart all over until they started hiding their accounts and privatizing. Because nobody was putting up with them saying that shit.
This lady sent me this. She sent me a meme, and I'm going to try to say this very carefully. Blank are using this phrase to identify each other online. Let's go, Brandon. Be aware of it next time. She's referring to a certain type of people who like underage children.
Nope.
That's why I'm trying to be very, very careful with how I said that.
Well, what I find offensive is there's now, how do I say this? There are people that are wanting to make that a
hate speech.
No, a protected group.
Class.
Yes.
Oh, God,
under the LGBTQ plus community umbrella, and it's like, fuck no.
Yeah. There's a big difference between the P's and the rest of the alphabet.
Correct.
One of them, if they act on that, they're going to be ended. The rest of them,
to take
so
out the well, they call it the Z because B is already used, but those who are into anything that involves animals or children, you're not a part of that community. You're predators, and you need to be put down like dogs.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah. Yes, you are right, Captain Trek. They are trying to, and I've seen it. You can find articles where they're saying these peas are just, it's normal. It's okay. It's like,
no, it's not.
Don't make me fucking want to kill you. Because if you ever touch, if that ever happened to my child, I'll be in jail. I'll go.
I'll be there visiting you.
Leave them be until they commit a crime. But after they commit a crime, there's only one punishment, and then you just hang them all up like wind chimes and
the problem is
blow out in public.
So with some behaviors, the crime rates aren't that high. When it comes to those specific people and their desires, the crime rates are over 95%.
Oh, just one thing I want to add, guys, because I saw somebody else's channel do this. This is normally a time of year where we have people. This is normally the highest time when people commit, unfortunately, suicide. It's very common in veterans and active duty at this time. So if you see anybody or know anybody who's having issues, make sure they get the suicide hotline and make sure, you be there for them. Because I've seen through my 20 years in the military, many people, this is one of the worst. When you get a young airman or a young Marine, first time away from family, during that time. That's why a lot of our commanders and our chiefs and our everybody was like, if you don't have anywhere to go, come to our house and spend time with us.
It's also for a lot of them coming home with all these injuries, inabilities. They're with their families again for the holidays, and they can't do anything for their families that they used to be able to do. They can't do the things that the kids they used to be able to do, and it is devastating on the heart.
It is. And it's very privileged. Look, I used to have a very, very sickening view of suicide. When I went to rehab and I was around a lot of people who attempted that or had thoughts of it. I heard their stories and I empathized. There was one girl, she told a story and I was like, this girl, I said, when I left, I said, I don't have any siblings. I don't have any, but if I ever had a sister, I'd want it to be you.
Here's the thing with this is I will tell you, I will take hate from people because I will tell you that while it is horrible, it is a desperation. It is also, it's mental illness in your head to get to that point because whether you had it originally or not, your head's not functioning right anymore. It is in some ways a very selfish act because you're to the point where it's all about self. And it's not necessarily that you're trying to be, but it is because you're going to hurt anybody else if you do it. So, and this is somebody who has tried to in her past. So
it might come off as, yes, I agree. It comes off to the people they leave behind as a selfish act, but they get to a point, and you, Rosetta, you know this, obviously. Once they make that decision, there's a peace, there's a calm in them before they commit that act, most of the time.
Yeah. But again, there is an amount where it's not just that it kind of seems that way. It is, your brain isn't functioning right anymore when you get to that point. And it is a bit selfish because your brain's only focused on the pain you're in at that point and how you get out of it. And that's not to say that they're truly egocentric or evil people or any of that stuff that some people have taken to, but it is selfish also. And it's a very delicate balance where you have to understand the reasons. You also have to understand why not to allow it to happen. And to a degree, there's a lot of people, if you could actually explain to them why it is both selfish, but also not necessarily indicative of being a self-centered or egocentric person, if you can explain that to them, it can actually help them understand why they have to fight that urge, because it will hurt. Whether it's the person who finds you after, or it's a family member who feels like they failed to save you, or other stuff, it will devastate and hurt others. And there is a cycle to it where if you do it, it can drive somebody else who found you or who feels like they failed you to get that desperate themselves.
I'm going to give you a personal experience that I went through, and I actually got some new information of it. I am still close with my ex-sister-in-law, and I am close with one of the brother-in-laws. One of them, and I'll say his name. His name was Raymond. He was staying with my ex-wife. My ex-wife is bipolar. And I found this out from my ex-sister-in-law. He told her he was suicidal and that he was probably going to do it. And she scoffed him off and walked away and left him alone. She found him dead in the house that day. And she is playing victim still to this day. And when I didn't know that part. I knew he had died. And when I found out about it, I cried like a baby because I knew this kid. I was 15, 16 when I met this part of her family. And he was just a little 8-year-old boy back then. Beautiful, loving, full of life and everything. And I don't know what destroyed him. But I said, if, watching my ex-wife, hearing that from my sister-in-law, tell me that, or my ex-sister-in-law. And I said, I can 100% believe it because that sounds like the character of my ex-wife. She left him. He needed her the most at that point, and she left him. I'm sorry, Cap. I'm not trying to bring this down, but I know
No. It's absolutely important that we deal with this topic. In fact, it's one of the reasons that Doomcock has his stream tonight, because there are people who, after everything's over, after the day is done, they may not have anybody. They may have spent the day alone. And they are at the worst. So this is one time that no matter what day it is, Doomcock streams every holiday because he does not want people to be alone.
I can attest to that with Doomcock because when I went through all my depression issues and freaking out in my posts a couple of years ago, because again, it was traveling during the holidays that I have issues with because of what I've been through and stuff, and dealing with crowds and stuff. And when I freaked out, he was the one reaching out on the posts and trying to make sure I was okay and all that. So he pays attention to his followers on holidays.
One of the things
he does,
Rosetta, after I had the incident on your channel that I know I'm referencing, and everything that happened afterwards, I had a lot of people reach out to me, hold me back from a precipice, carry me when I couldn't walk, held my hand when I could finally walk, and then when I didn't need to hold their hand, they still walked with me. Come on, Bird, we're waiting.
Say it. Come on.
Do it now.
Hello, world. It's Berto Bray 5. Kapla.
Kapla. Are you still sane?
Not really.
Not God.
Really, Captain. This might have been it. It's broken me.
Surprised it
Oh God.
How did the thing go with the wheelchair? Did you get everything you needed for it?
The wheelchair is fine. The wheelchair is going to take time, but the wheelchair is fine. And we're talking about Star Trek Discovery.
Ew.
Yes. We finally found the thing that broke Bird. Season 4, episode 2. Okay.
Oh,
Have you
he's
recorded
watching-
your review yet?
No, I haven't.
Wow.
No. He just
Episode
watched
2 is
episode.
even worse than 1.
Ever since he's finished, he's just been sobbing. That's why he's been gone so long.
Episode 2 required me to take the prednisone. So I don't know what's going to happen.
He had to take prednisone, Bird. Professor, excuse me. So yeah.
I had to take a Mobic because actually I took a Mobic and did about 15 minutes of yoga because, like I said, I think I pinched a nerve, and I'm carrying so much tension up in my neck and shoulders. And my wife, we have some other medication, but that'll put me to sleep. So I'm going to wait and take that tonight. But I took a Mobic, and that is helping.
Actually, a pinched nerve sounds better than Discovery.
Well, I'm not going to watch Discovery.
Go ahead, Bert. What were you going to say?
I was say this might be the most boring episode of Discovery yet.
There are non-boring episodes.
There are non-boring episodes. This one was just boring AF. And I mean, with terrible writing, like usual. But
I keep warning y'all about it. Nobody listens to me. Okay, I keep telling you, leave that damn show alone. Nobody listens. What's it going to take?
That you're going to cancel Paramount Plus.
Bert, you got to say it. You got to say son of a bitch for this. Can't help it. I like it. I don't know. I just always like the way
I'm chewing. I'm chewing food.
Well, don't chew away all your depression in food. I know it's Thanksgiving and all, but it just doesn't help the depression. Let it out in anger.
There is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with being angry. Sometimes
I want you to cuss at least a dozen times in the review.
Yes. I want you to focus all your anger in that video, please. And yes, Bird eats his own kind. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
So you call him Bird a turkey?
Yes. Hi, Bird.
Hey, Rosetta.
I'm going to have to get going so I can get some stuff done here.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining, Rosetta. And you have a good Thanksgiving. Enjoy yourself.
I just have to.
And tell hubby we said hello. Yes.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Rosetta.
I did a video today where I was talking about, the Hawkeye episodes, but I also kind of talked about Cowboy Bebop and how I disagree vehemently with anybody who says it does not hold to the spirit of the anime. I really believe John Chu, if I'm saying his name right, just owned the role. I mean, from everything from how he smokes a cigarette, to the suit, to his hair, to putting his hands in his pocket while he's working, to his love of noodles, to the fact that how he sits against a wall I mean, he nailed it. The chemistry between him, Jet Black, and Faye Valentine was beautiful. Julia and Vicious were done very well. And Julia, I mean, whereas Vicious is very aggressive. I mean, I said it there. He has inferiority issues. He has massive daddy issues. Whereas you have Julia, who is the more thought-provoking, calm, thinks forward, thinks how to do things. Because Vicious wants to go after the Elder's direct assault. And she says, why don't you come at the side? Get the lieutenants to come with you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you see it, Mr. Londo?
Yeah, which is actually how you do it. You don't rush head on into those guys. They are at the top for a reason.
Did you finish the whole series?
Not yet. I'll probably do it tomorrow. So, but
I'm going to let you know there is a slight twist, and it may shock you at first, but once you reflect on the series, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, that makes total sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think one thing people are not taking into account is you're going from animation to live action. So you can't just, you're going from a fake world into the real world. And there's certain things you can't do going like that.
Did you see the episode where Jet Black is with his old partner when he finds out?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God! Tell me that wasn't a great noir episode?
That's exactly what it was with noir. I said that throughout that episode. This is film noir. All the way through it.
Yeah, you have Jet Black and his old partner, and they are dressed in literally like 1930s detective clothing. And the tone, the music, I mean, also the music, and I know you appreciate good music, Mr.
And later on, media guy, have a good day and happy Thanksgiving.
I mean, the music, when they're in the car and he's talking about the beats of jazz, Jed is talking about it. And
yeah, he's describing the piece playing.
And I'm like, boring as the anime was.
Damn, that's okay. Anybody that writes about jazz, when they talk about the historical bebop stuff, that's how they describe Bird. Okay, Charlie Parker, not you, Bird of Prey. That's what Charlie Parker. They called him Bird. Okay, and he was, when it came to bebop, he was the man.
I think they casted the guy for Jet Black perfect because whereas in the anime as well, he's a rather big, stocky guy, whereas Fearless, also known as Spike Spiegel, he's more of a long, lanky character. But their banter back and forth. I mean, the episode where they were at the wedding looking for a bounty, and he's like, "You're on a hunch, really? Well, I guess you don't want to be here for the free noodle bar. They have a noodle bar." Like, I guess I mean, that was the other thing too. When they came into that, and he saw that cup of noodles, and he goes over and he smells it, and he's like, I mean. I feel they just nailed it. I personally feel they've nailed it. They nailed the spirit of the show or the anime.
Let's be fair. This was maybe 3 out of 5 at best as an anime. So even if they completely torpedoed the live action, it's not going to be that much worth.
I disagree. I think I would call. Okay, dinner's ready. Okay, I'm going to go in just a minute because my wife just said dinner's ready. I would give the anime 5 out of 5. I would give Cowboy Bebop right now 4.5 out of 5. I really feel It was the first time any anime has been done in a live action that I have felt really. Unlike Fist of the North Star, Ghost in the Shell, Avatar: The Last Airbender, this was the first time I really believe they stuck to the spirit of the show, or the original. Now, if you didn't like the anime, Resolute Germ, yeah, I can understand. You're not going to like this. But for those of us who really love the anime, and I think Mr. Lundell would agree with this, they've really held to the spirit. Have they changed certain things? Yes. But it still holds the spirit.
Well, some things they had to change. Okay.
Yes.
You know, no way they could find a woman that looked like the Fae that was drawn. Okay.
No.
So, and that's what people mostly are bitching about.
Oh, Mr. Lundell, I'm going to say something in the private chat I want you to look at because you called this. I'm going to put this in the private chat.
All
right, check it out.
I figured it would.
You called it. You called it. You absolutely called it.
Yeah. And he's
Wait,
probably
is that
just
the goony looking SOB that they've been putting around all over Twitter.
What?
The green hair, goggles, looks like from a bad 90s kid show.
That's kind of that's kind of a accurate description. But I'm just wondering is he as obnoxious as he was in the anime? Because I hated that character. It made me,
I enjoyed that character.
The only reason he was there was to hack. I mean, and then there he hits a computer, and then there he goes off spinning and jumping. I'm like, get him off the ship. Please.
What did you think of Ian, the dog?
The dog is interesting because it's like this motherfucker know what's going on. He'll just be sitting there looking, and then he'll do that, and then everybody knows it's over there.
Okay, how about that episode where, and I'm going to leave in a few minutes, but I always let everybody else get their stuff first. I'm always the last person, and I do that out of respect. What about when Faye Valentine talks about how she used a tango to take down one of the most vicious bounties ever?
That was interesting.
Oh, by the way, I'm not gonna lie. I said this on Twitter. I did the bath shower. I'm ruined now.
You did do that?
I did do it. I absolutely did it. I actually put on Twitter, I said, damn you, Cowboy Bebop. Now I'm going to have to try this. I better hate it. Then I came back and said, it was amazing. I am now ruined.
I don't think my water heater is big enough to do the bath shower.
Well, actually, I think you could, because all you have to do is just take a quick shower, fill it up, soak yourself for about 10, 15 minutes. I did soap, and I had a little essential oil for that. Sat there for a little bit, let the water out, and then just a minute or two just to wash everything off. And I'm telling you what, I'm trying to get my wife to do it because I felt like $1,000,000 fucking bucks after.
We'll see.
All right, you guys take care. It's great to see you, Cap. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Lumber, Mr. Lundell, Resolute Germ. I'm going to go spend time with the family. You guys have a blessed one.
All right. Thank you. And good afternoon, Mountains of Elysium. I hope things are well in Ireland today. No, it's not Thanksgiving for you, but I think your Thanksgiving will be the day that you can get rid of all the idiots there.
It's an awful lot of Irish to get rid of.
Well, that's
Not
true.
even the British can do that. Believe me, they
Chronos.
tried.
It is BEBOP. Look it up.
You know, or not, Kronos, it really doesn't matter either way. You're just as well not watching it.
I would say, yeah, if you don't like the anime, you probably won't like the live action. Doesn't really matter.
So, which animes did you like?
Well, back in the day, Dragon Ball Z.
I don't. That's a kid show.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like Cowboy Bebop, Samurai Champloo, things like that. I liked. They were late night. They were violent. You know.
Hard to think back on the 90s.
Come on.
It goes.
There are a lot of things I prefer to forget, but you know, hey, that's just another Thursday. Let's see here now. And Kronos, do you have Roku or Amazon Fire or Apple TV? Actually, I've got something I'm going to look up real quick. See if I can. Let's go with this one. Where'd it go? I hate when this happens. I'm looking something up and all of a sudden it's like, oh well. I'll get back to the stream, see what's going on there. I'll look it up for Kronos later.
Okay, Robert. Yeah, big O.
Kronos says, I hate my TV. Why do you hate it? So, Bird, is family coming over for Thanksgiving?
Nobody's coming, Captain. Nobody's coming. I'm sick. They're sick. Nobody. It's just a quiet day.
Okay. Put on some Sinatra and relax.
Probably. Yeah, good.
Hey, you can put on Sinatra's Christmas album.
Christmas songs do not get played until December 1st.
It's a little early for Christmas.
Anyone playing Christmas music earlier than Thanksgiving?
It's Thanksgiving, so
yeah. Still, wait till
Yeah,
Monday.
But the Macy's Day Parade is over, right? Because
I don't know.
Traditionally that's when the Christmas season begins, at the end of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
That's correct. And so it's time for Christmas music. I'll have to find Christmas music I can play in the background. Again, I should have saved that link from last year. God damn it. Oh, well. What do you mean it's not even Thanksgiving yet? It is Thanksgiving, you doofus. Who has their Christmas lights up now? Well, oh dear God, I'm embarrassed to say this. My parents decided to put up Christmas stuff early this year. Jeez, normally it's usually today that everything starts getting put up, but no, it's all put up already. Christmas light should go up on Thanksgiving. Sorry, my opinion. Not 2 fucking weeks before.
Why even put up Christmas lights?
Yeah, if you're going to, let's see now. And by the way, Sherry, how are you doing? Let's see here. Mountains Elysium says it's tradition on my wife's hometown to put up Christmas decorations the first week in November, so our decorations are up a while. Okay, that's a tradition.
Insane. That's flat out insane.
What about Salty Trekker? Oh, Salty Trekker.
He's in the.
Dear God.
Oh man.
You're actually awake.
It's
only 12:30.
Go for it. Go for it, Salty. In fact, go ahead and put the link in the stream. You should be a mod. I'll check to verify that. Because I was eventually wanting to end my stream because it'd be kind of nice to avoid family and.
Oh, you're stuck. You gotta go read them.
I hate them.
Just to insult them.
I don't hate them. I like my mother. I love her, in fact. But the rest of them can go. Yeah.
Aren't the most of them kids?
3 kids, 2 adults. I don't know who else is showing up.
All right. Well, you're not supposed to.
Oh, he is a mod.
Oh, you could always use the pain
don't like
excuse.
Awesome. And well, I am going to use the pain excuse because it's not an excuse. Awesome. Salty Trekker. Let me go ahead and pin that in the link here now. Replace pin message. All right, everyone. Salty Trekker is getting ready to go live. I do hope that you all enjoy your Thanksgiving. Please remember, share this out. If you like it, go ahead and leave a like. If you're just seeing this and you've listened this far, leave a comment. Thank you all. I do want to thank everybody who's been on the panel and everyone who's been in the chat. Thank you so much. You made today absolutely wonderful for me. Have a great day, and go watch Salty and insult him.